Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, February 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. When a truck collision turned into a three-man fight Saturday at a bonfire party spot outside Reliance, the girlfriend of one of the brawlers shot the other two. Court documents allege that 16-year-old Addison Fisher of Rock Springs is charged as an adult in Rock Springs Circuit Court with 2 counts of aggravated assault. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of the victims suffered a gunshot wound in his neck or jaw area and another was shot through the hand.
Usually we do not identify juveniles charged with crimes unless they are charged as adults, and that was the case here. The claim is that her boyfriend was chasing this other truck down with his truck and rammed into it. And so another guy saw this and got mad, and then the driver of the truck got mad, and then the one was supposedly holding Fisher's boyfriend down while the other punched, according to witness interviews. The witnesses and the victims said that Fisher kind of rounded the truck with a gun in her hand and shot the 2 men that were then winning the fight against her boyfriend.
Fisher was arrested without incident Monday. She posted a cash or surety bond of $50,000. The 2025 Wyoming legislative session reached its halfway mark on Thursday. Politics reporter Leo Wolfson observes that the session looks and feels distinctly different from years past.
There's a few things that have definitely jumped out to me. One is kind of the sheer predictability of every vote in the House. The Freedom Caucus legislators are very much aligned. They're very obedient to their cause for what that's worth. And they are voting extremely consistently together. Their side is winning on almost every single vote. The Democrats and the non-Freedom Caucus Republicans have been on the losing side of nearly every vote, whether it's an amendment or a main bill vote as well. They've been also taking a very razor's eye approach to the budget. They're opposing a lot of additions that were being proposed to be made to the budget.
The 2025 legislative session is scheduled to end in mid-March. The Bureau of Land Management's controversial management plan for millions of acres in the Rock Springs area has been shut down by President Donald Trump's administration. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports, though, that there's uncertainty from all directions on what happens next.
I talked to one of the Sweetwater County commissioners today. What that means for them is they got homework now. They got to go back to the drawing board and decide what the next move's going to be. There has to be some sort of resource management plan for the Rock Springs office. The one in place, I think it's decades old. The resource management plan. I think there's consensus that something needs to be crafted and put forward.
The BLM manages about 3.6 million acres of land from the Rock Springs office, the bulk of it in Sweetwater County. The previous administration's preferred plan would have restricted public access in about half that area for hunting, motorized recreation, cattle grazing, and energy exploration. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skill and experience, you're exactly who your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Trish at Serve Wyoming at RSVP or servewyoming.org.
The United States Geological Survey is conducting a first-of-its-kind survey of southern Wyoming. This week, the agency will gain a bird's-eye view of what lies deep under the surface. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that USGS will use helicopters flying between 100 and 200 feet from the surface while carrying a sensor that resembles a large hula hoop. They'll be conducting an airborne electromagnetic survey of areas of Albany, Carbon, Converse, Laramie, and Platte counties.
They're using that sensor to send electromagnetic currents into the ground down to about 1,500 feet down. And those will be sort of like a map that you can make a 3D map out of. But more importantly, it'll help identify underground water sources, critical minerals, rare earth metals, and lots of other things. So it'll give geologists a better idea of what's buried buried underneath Wyoming in a spot they specifically call the Cheyenne Belt. But for those industry-inclined people, it'll give extraction companies and other agencies that are looking to profit from what's buried under Wyoming a better idea of what's there and where to go.
When this survey's results are completed, they'll be publicly accessible to any agency, business, or individual who could benefit from knowing what's waiting to be unearthed between the Front Range and Medicine Bow Mountains. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily. Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Corr, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Corr and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Bonfire turned sour when a 16-year-old girlfriend intervenes in a fight between her boyfriend and two others. She's accused of shooting two men in the altercation. UW says it'll have no problem complying with Trump's ban on transgender athletes. The university made its feelings known when refusing to play San Jose State University this past volleyball season. Okay, they're not drones, but low-flying helicopters are trolling for subsurface materials using these weird hula hoop things. And the Rock Springs management plant is officially shut down. Now what? Nobody knows. Josh Allen rightfully wins the MVP of the NFL in a close vote. And we got a lot to get to today. Special guests, Senate Democrat State Senator Mike Garreau on the show today. And we'll talk to the snowmobile queen of all Wyoming. Yeah, that's Brenda Miller, right? Am I have her name right? I think. A couple of special guests today on this Friday. I named her Snowmobile Queen of all of Wyoming. She's the Wyoming State Snowmobile Association president. Yeah, it's Brenda Miller. She'll be on the show in the third hour. Mike Garreau, Democrat state senator out of Teton County area, will join the show this hour in just a little bit, as he probably is preparing for the session. I don't know what I did. Yeah, we're going to ask Mike, among other things, what it's like being the great minority there in Cheyenne. And we got a lot of questions for him. It's great when we can get a lawmaker on the show who's actually in the act of lawmaking. It'll be cool. It'll be great insight. Let's take a look at the weather forecast, first things first, and start off with what's going around the state, because there are travel implications. There is weather going on. Snow, rain, wind, sun, all of the above in Wyoming. But for a lot of Wyoming today, it's continued windy and snowy, definitely in the west. In Casper, chance of snow and rain, otherwise partly sunny, windy today, 52. Wind gusts as high as 47 miles an hour. Riverton, you'll top out 42. Chance of rain and snow. Chance of snow, maybe rain, maybe partly sunny, all of the above in Shoshone. Evanston, high wind warning in effect until late afternoon today. Rain, snow likely with highs near 40. Green River, you'll be in the upper 40s today with breezy conditions and a chance of rain and or snow. Pinedale winter weather advisory until 11 tonight. Snow likely, mostly front-loaded in the day. By 2 in the afternoon, it should taper off. But that snow will be blowing around as well. Highs 33 in Pinedale. Alpine, you'll see rain or snow. If it's snow, maybe 2 inches. And it'll be blowing around as well. Again, that'll be mostly in the early part of the day. DuBois up to 3 inches of snow near certain. And that's mainly before 2. Patchy blowing snow conditions 35, the high in DuBois. Winter weather advisory in Jackson up until 11 tonight. Rain, I don't see any rain. Rain and up to 3 inches. Yeah, I'm not seeing any rain in Jackson. It is too cold to rain right now. High near 32. You can expect mostly snow, blowing, patchy snow today in Jackson with another 2 or 3 inches on the way for what Jackson already received overnight. Thermopolis, chance of snow beginning mainly after 10 a.m. Partly sunny today with highs in the upper 20s. Cody, 2 inches of snow on the way. Highs 17 for you, Powell. Chance of snow mostly early morning. And then just blustery conditions, high 17 in Powell. Buffalo, you'll top out around 21 today with a chance of snow after 10 a.m. Could be windy at times. Sheridan, snow, cloudy, 22. Northeast Wyoming, let's go to Gillette. Chance of snow after 8 a.m. today with highs in the upper 20s. Wind gusts, yeah, it's Gillette. Newcastle, chance of snow after 2, highs 35. Torrington, mostly sunny today, highs in the upper 50s. What a difference. If you get across to the eastern flat part of the state, out on the plains. Douglas, chance of rain after 2, otherwise mostly sunny, windy, with highs 55. Cheyenne, high wind watch from 5 in the afternoon until tomorrow morning. Sunny, windy, 56 the high. Laramie, chance of rain after 5, otherwise mostly sunny, highs 49. And in south central Wyoming, Rawlins, high wind warning until 8 p.m. tonight. Snow, rain, cloudy, windy, 48. Encampment, 44. And high wind warning up until 8 tonight. So, yeah, blustery across the state for sure, with snow in the western half and northern part of the state, and then maybe some rain in the eastern section. What's it doing to your roads? Well, first we should take a look at the weather map. I always like to see the differences across the state. I think it's really interesting to see. Gives you a real appreciation for the vastness of Wyoming, huh? 35 in Jackson, but with that wind, it feels colder, and I don't think we're going to see rain today, but I don't know. I'm not done day. It's kind of spitting snow right now. Afton, you're in the upper 30s as well. 34 in Kemmer, 35 in Lyman. That's on the upper end of things in the Mountain West, because as you travel north, Cody, you're 11 right now. Same with Powell and Level. Graybolt, 12. Worland, 12. Riverton, 19 degrees currently. Rock Springs, 24. Casper, 24. Buffalo, 8. Sheridan, 12. Gillette, 23 currently. Douglas, 26. Cheyenne, city capital, is 18 degrees at the moment. Sundance, 13. So temps pretty steady. Road conditions, I'm afraid to look. There's been some nasty travel, certainly in the west. If you're driving around, looks like they've closed that Lander cutoff. Yes. Well, not closed. Hold on. Chain Law 2 in effect. Extreme blowover risk. In other words, unless you're pretty good at driving in the winter, I would not hazard travel on that Lander cutoff. You know, when you go Lander Farson. Yeah, it's probably not quite ready. That's over South Pass. I would leave that for another day. Otherwise, 189 between Jackson all the way down to nearly Kemmer, certainly to Pinedale, 191 to Pinedale. That's troublesome. You got snow, blowing snow, limited visibility. Star Valley, that highway down there, 89, also a little bit dicey. Teton Pass has got Let's see if it's open. It is slick with snowfall. Togety Pass, slick with snowfall. Up there around Cody, slick conditions on the roads. But Interstate 80, for the most part, pretty good. If you're hauling something across the state, you truckers, you're looking good to go on Interstate 80. About as good as you're going to see on a day like this, where the rest of us are still dealing with winter weather advisories. Interstate 80 is pretty attractive today, actually, for trucking stuff. All right, that should get you set up. We got a whole mess of stories to get to. I don't want to dive in too deep because I want to get ready for Senator Guru, who will be here shortly. We could start with a bill that I see did not go anywhere, and I'm not surprised. Which bill was that? I was not surprised to see this one did not get any traction. I can't find now which one I wanted to reference. The voting machine. That's right. I didn't think this one. I mean, this sounds good. Again, to me, there's so much of this proposed legislation this time around is just window dressing, posturing, time wasting, in my opinion. Not that I don't want to have an election I can trust or an election with integrity, but we're sort of going backwards when we're talking about hand counting the vote. I think Cassie Craven was for it. I was surprised. And I'm not one who trusts machines either. I have a real deep distrust of robots. I've read Isaac Asimov. I know what happens when robots take over. They eliminate humans. And then they run the show. We've all seen the sci-fi movie. We know how it ends. So I'm not but machines count the votes. Yeah, they're going to make mistakes, but are they going to make more mistakes than humans? I've seen humans too, and we are mistake prone. Believe me, I can think of the kind of people that volunteer staff at minimum wage that are hand counting the vote against a machine that has no agenda, no opinion, is just counting dots on your ballot. Look, I'm going to kind of trust the machine. I know there's going to be snafus. Sometimes, the ballot might be wrong. Okay, so we'll have a double check system. Check and verify. There's ways to keep tabs on the machines. Are we just going to throw out all the machines we bought and then go hire people to hand count votes? The expense was one of the top reasons why the idea to ban voting machines was killed in committee. 2 bills that would have banned voting machines and mandate hand count in elections in Wyoming were rejected by both the Senate and the House committees Wednesday night. Legislators cited costs. Yeah. I mean, I thought we're trying to save money. And vulnerabilities. Yeah, humans are flawed. Since the Garden of Eden, read Genesis, flawed since day one. Once you ate of the forbidden fruit, humans counting ballots versus machine. I know we all want to root for the human. It's like John Henry hammering the railroad ties against the machine. It's John Henry, right? Didn't John Henry, American folk hero, said to have worked as a steel driving man. And he went up against the machine to see who could make more railroad track faster. Oh, man. Don't listen to my version of history, kids. You'll really be screwed up. Kind of something like that. Man versus machine. The ultimate showdown. And it's personified with John Henry hammering railroad ties or something. It is man versus machine and counting the vote. And it just seems like a step backward into the 1800s, which, again, is not usually a bad thing. I wouldn't mind going back in time once in a while. I think we've got ahead of ourselves in a lot of areas. Wait till you see later today when we talk about what kind of books we need to be reading in the library, etc. Yeah, going back to old-fashioned times might not be a bad thing in some ways. But I don't know if we want to go back to where we didn't have machines to do some menial tasks for us, like counting the vote. Your county clerks are going to go out there and hand count the vote. I know we don't have that many people in Wyoming. There's not that many votes cast. It's not like it's millions and millions. But we already bought the machines. The machines pretty much work unless humans screwed up the ballot. Occasionally the machines can't read something if you didn't fill out the oval dark enough. Well, that's your problem. Again, that's human error. The machines are basically infallible until they fail. But this idea to mandate that the elections be hand counted, that was just politicians saying we want a really fair vote, and we're really voting. Election integrity is important to us. Yeah, okay, we know it is. You don't have to come up with time-wasting bills that sound dumb, like going back to the dark ages, hand counting votes. Representative Paul Hoft, he's a Republican out of Powell. He said he had serious questions relating to the cost of counting all the ballots by hand. He was one of the no votes in committee. He said, I don't believe this bill is ready for prime time. We need to take a deeper dive and do send it to, and that doesn't sound like grammar to me. I understand the idea. But bills should not be proposed just on intent alone. We intend to have a secure and trustable and transparent election. Therefore, we're going to introduce this. And those bills just, you could see from day one had no hope. We're going to throw away all our voting machine counters and hire volunteers to hand count the vote. I'm not sure that gets us to a more trustable election at all. Anyway, both those bills fail in committee. Let's take a quick break. We'll come back to one of the lawmakers. We'll see if he was part of that nonsense or what nonsense he is part of right after this break. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues with Senator Mike Carew on the show next.
When she was 19 weeks pregnant with Finn, Kelly went in for a routine ultrasound.
The doctor knew that something was wrong when he looked at his heart and saw that there weren't any chambers and there were abnormal connections.
After Finn was born, he needed multiple surgeries and procedures just so he could survive.
He has had 17 procedures, including 2 open heart surgeries. To be perfectly honest, I can't see Finn even getting past birth without the American Heart Association.
Finn's entire family is grateful to the American Heart Association. Their support of life-saving research and medical breakthroughs gave Finn a second chance at life.
I love to go on bike rides with my daddy. Thank you for helping kids like me.
Learn how you can join us in the fight to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke at helpheart.org today.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, Visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
As a mom, I want my kids' lives to be filled with joy and possibility, and I want that for every kid. That's why I support No Kid Hungry. They work in schools and communities to make sure every kid gets the healthy meals they need. Please join me in supporting No Kid Hungry for all kids.
I've always loved spade football. Growing up, some people told me I had to choose. But here's the deal. You can be great at more than one thing. And getting involved in STEM opens up your world to a universe of opportunities in life. This is my time. Get inspired and get involved today. There are STEM programs and science centers available in your community, so be sure to check out spaceforall.us to learn more and get started. This is my time. There ain't no doubt in my mind. Find your place in space. This is my time. Space for All.
Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues. In hour one of the Friday edition of the show, and joining the conversation, Senator Mike Garreau. We are so honored to have a feller like this. We'll start out with his credentials. He's a husband, a father, small business owner, and he's also, and I mean this in the most positive of ways, he's a career politician. And I know that sometimes has bad connotations, but to me, it indicates a guy who has given back his whole life since 1986, serving on the Planning and Zoning Commission, the Town Council of Jackson, the County Commissioner, then into the House as a House Rep, and now a Senator. You're working your way up to something, Mike. What's going on?
Good morning, Jake. How are you?
I'm good, man. What's happening in Cheyenne?
Well, there's always something going on in Cheyenne. You know how it is. It's a company town, a government town. The government's our business, and business is good.
Yeah. Well, don't burn yourself out. This is a two-time minority whip, current minority floor leader. What does that mean now? What do you first? I mean, the first thing we got to ask you, obviously, as a Democrat, you're wildly outnumbered there. You're surrounded by the enemy. What is the role of the minority floor leader, and what is the role of a Democrat at the state capitol during the session?
Well, Jake, first, thanks for having me, and I really do appreciate being on. Yeah, when I suit up every morning, there are 31 members of the Senate, 29 Republicans, and 2 of us Democrats. And so my fellow Democrat, Chris Roth, was from Albany County. He and I flipped the coin this year, and I'm the minority floor leader, and he's the minority whip, which doesn't, between the 2 of us, doesn't mean a whole lot. We work together on everything. And what it means is that, besides, being the loyal opposition, when you're minority floor leader, there are duties that you perform, and you consult with the majority party. And when we put the session together, President Beitman, Vice President Salazar, and Majority Floor Leader Nethercott and I sit down, and they consult with me on committee assignments. They consult with me on all different aspects of it. It's their decision. They're in the majority party, and vastly so. But they do give me an opportunity to kind of weigh in and see where Senator Rothfuss and I get positioned, and where we can work and do our best to help out. We're all down here, Chris, for the same reason, or I'm sorry, Jake, for the same reason, to try to help the people of Wyoming. And at times we have a little different perspective on how we look at it from our friends on the other side. But on the same token, in such a big minority, I like to tell people I don't have the luxury of not listening to Republicans. I've learned a lot down here in my time, and I listen. I'm fairly on the conservative end of the spectrum and I'm in the conservative wing of the Democratic Party, which is which is kind of another minority in and of itself. But I like to think that we all work hard for Wyoming, and we like to get the job done, and so that's what we're a part of.
Yeah, on that note, give me an idea, an insider's view of how the sausage is made, so to speak. We've heard, from the outside looking in, indications that once the legislative session in Wyoming was a model to look at on just how well it worked, how civil it happened. And lately, the last few sessions, there's been some of the big city politics we see across the nation. Are things okay in Cheyenne as far as cooperation? Are we working well together even when we disagree?
Well, it's a good question, Jake. I've been down here now. This is, I was 2 years in the House, and now this is my 6th year in the Senate, and it has taken a turn, and it's disappointing. What people, you see on television, whether it's the talking head shows, people yelling over each other and screaming and playing gotcha politics, and hearing clips of both parties, people in both parties, doing gotcha politics and try to bait the other guy into saying something, or, what did you know? When did you know it? All that kind of stuff. And it's come here. It is. There's more of a tone to it here, but it's what people see on TV. It's what they absorb. And I'd like to say I do think, and a great deal of credit goes to our president, Bo Beitman, and Tim Salazar and Tara Nethercutt, their leadership team on the other side. They've worked hard this session to try as much as they can to even that out and to have that more civil discourse. And I think we have. I think that we have to a large degree. Although we still have our bumps, we do. It is a rough and tumble game, and there is a lot more of that. I call it program bill, commercial bills that get sent from think tanks, the East Coast, and they get set out, and they're kind of red meat stuff to kind of gin up the base. It happens, and it's happening. Matter of fact, it's going to be happening today quite a bit. We try to set a tone, and we've tried this session to set a tone to try to be more civil. And I think to the greatest extent possible, it's been so. We're kind of in the dog days right now. We're just finishing up. We're halfway done, and we're in the middle of budget. Today's the last day of the budget, and for the floors, for the House and the Senate, to go over the budget. Then we'll go to conference committee. Then, of course, it goes back to the governor, and then we'll see where we go from there. So still a ways to go, but in this phase of it, today's the last day. So, I do understand people, watch and listen. And I know down in the House, things are a little bit more rambunctious. Of course, always are.
Yeah.
That's the they're elected every 2 years. It's more the pulse of the people there. We like to think of ourselves in the Senate more as the more deliberative of the two bodies. And, we're a little older, demographically across the board.
The House is the rowdy kids table at Thanksgiving, and the Senate does the adulting for the most part.
We like to think we're the adults in the room. Although I came over from the House, I was there for 2 years. And at first it's like, wow, this is a little slower pace. And now after being here, it's home for me. But yes, our friends down the hall joke that about nap time, and we quit a little earlier. We try not to stay after 5 too much, and they're there sometimes into the wee hours arguing away. But like I say, we try to finish our business and get out at a decent hour.
We're talking to State Senator Mike Carew. He represents Senate District 17. It's pretty much Teton County. It's pretty much the blue part of the state in a red state. So let's talk about that. I want to get down to the things that are important to you and what you're working on, Mike. But right now, give me an idea of, the constant struggle it is to be from the Jackson area, Teton County, and how you're viewed in the rest of the state, this, Cheyenne versus Jackson thing all the time. And do you feel that you're adequately heard? Because it's an important voice. It is part of the state, and some people may want to deny that, but it's an important part of the state, and there are concerns that do concern Teton County and maybe no one else, and they need to be brought up. You need to bring your constituents' voice to Cheyenne. Are you getting a fair shake down there?
Well, it's an interesting point, and it's always kind of been that way. It's just a fundamental difference. Our economy is based on tourism. The rest of the state is based on energy, to a large degree. And so that's always been kind of we just have this fundamental disconnect over what drives Jackson and Jackson policy and what drives the rest of the state. Although, to be honest, Jake, that's changing. Our the energy picture's constantly evolving, and now tourism's our number 2 industry across the state, and Jackson's kind of has a more of a mature tourism sector. And right now, the rest of the state is growing, and there's always been great tourism in Wyoming all the way across the state. You get to travel around and see how magnificent this state is from the Bighorns around to Devil's Tower, down here, Kirk County State Park is one of the most beautiful state parks in the country. Just right here outside of town, up to Vitavoo and around, Laramie and stuff, then into the Red Desert. There's tourism there, but it's more in its growth phase. And through the help of Diane Schober at the Department of Tourism, the state's really moving on. And Chris Brown over at Wyoming Hospitality Coalition, they're building. And so now people look more at Jackson and ask questions. What are you doing? What have been your challenges? What things do you think we ought to be looking at? People realize, I know that, the statewide lodging tax started in Teton County, now is in every county in the state. So is the special purpose tax. People are starting to realize that there are ways to generate revenue to help their communities that they can do on their own. And those ideas started in Teton County. People like Clarion Law, Grant Larson, Leland Christensen, John Turner, folks in our, who come down here in the past, serve with distinction and really raise the level of Teton County. But yeah, there's always a little bit of angst. But now it's the revenue pictures are even, fairly clear. We send more property tax dollars down here. We send more sales tax dollars down here. Teton County is a big part of the revenue picture of Wyoming. We're one of 2 recapture districts in the state for school monies. This year Teton County is going to send $80 million across the state to help schools all across the state in funds that come from our high property values. Where a lot of people don't know, equalization of school funding was an idea that came from Teton County when we were the poor county. Years and years ago, people like John Turner, H.L. Jensen, they said school funding must be equalized from the mineral counties. Well, today, all 60 years later, it's flipped. Now we're the recapture district. We're sending the money out across the state. Sublette County and Teton County are the only 2 counties left. And Sublette with their mineral money, and Teton County with our property values are helping fund schools across the state. So it's a little bit different picture than it used to be. And, I think they know it. But yes, we still have that Teton County angst. But, I just sit back and listen to people when they go on about Teton County. And then when we get done, I say, hey, we still got an issue. Let's solve it.
There are universal issues and universal challenges, whether you're red, blue, what county you're from. facing Wyoming, and they include housing, transportation, healthcare, education. Those four things, they play across the board. What are you doing? What are you bringing your perspective? I know your platforms, you've been pro-reproductive healthcare freedom. You've been pro-Medicaid expansion. What else are you pushing in those areas where it concerns us all? Housing affects everybody. Healthcare, education, that's everyone. What are you doing in those areas?
Well, the Democrats down here and stuff, when we meet every week, there's a great group over in the House, and then Chris and I over here on the Senate side, and we talk about that a lot, and we spend a lot of time working on issues that we think are the key issues for working people, and you just touched on everyone. Housing. Trey Sherwood from Albany County, she's pushing housing issues and housing bills. We've got money coming up in the budget for a real housing program. Around the state, Jake, in some places it's affordable housing. A lot of places around the state it's just quality housing. Diversifying our economy means that we need quality housing around the state, for housing for working folks. And, as Teton County, it's an affordability issue because of our land prices, but in the rest of the state, it's just having any at all to try to push. In the healthcare field, yes, we do, reproductive rights and, the pro-life, pro-choice crowd. It's a 50-50 issue across the state, and it is down here. We have bills every year, and we fuss and fight about them. But at the end of the day, does it change anyone's vote? No. So we go through that. But when it comes to healthcare, that's where we can feel that we can really we need to make more inroads around the state. I have to say, I could hold it up here. You can see it. I actually brought the one of the first days of the session, going down the back stairway, making a roll call. And, I went to Cheyenne Regional Medical Center, and a lot of people, almost 80% of our population lives near a border. And so whether it's here in Cheyenne, people go to Fort Collins for healthcare, or in Jackson, they go to Idaho Falls. Down the southeast here, they go to Salt Lake City. Up north, they go to Billings. We need quality health care, and we need it in Wyoming. And myself, I can say I went to Cheyenne Regional to set this arm and to get better. And I tell you what, I couldn't have been more proud of the service I got there. And I was very proud of the care I got. In Casper and around the state, folks are yearning for quality health care, and we're trying to do things to provide it. Unfortunately, sometimes my friends on the other side of the aisle do a lot of things that kind of hurt. And go back to this reproductive thing for just a second. By going so far with some of these bills that literally turn our OBGYN community into felons by doing their job in a zeal to pay their pro-life bona fides, they turn our doctors into felons, and then they're leaving the state in droves because they can't afford the insurance that they need, because they make one wrong move, and like I say, they're running afoul of the law because of draconian laws that folks are coming. Like I say, in a good-hearted attempt to be on that pro-life issue as hard as they can, they hurt the medical community. And it's a real problem. We need to knock that off. We need to start, I'm not going to change their mind on the issue, but what we have to do is we have to make a safe environment for doctors to be here so we can attract them. Attracting good doctors means people stay home for their health care. They stay home for their health care. We'll have better health care in Wyoming.
Senator Mike Guru, hold that injury up there again, because I want to take a freeze frame. We're going to use that for a lead photo in our story. Senator Mike Guru, not afraid to mix it up with Freedom Caucus rowdies in the House. That'll be the headline.
There you go.
On that note, though, serious, just a couple more things. We are seeing an unprecedented movement going on in Wyoming legislature. The Freedom Caucus, they're kind of running the roost there in the House, and there's this idea that some things that they're able to ramrod through there, when we switch chambers, the Senate will have a maybe a little more of a calming influence. I don't know. Is that how you see it playing? We're seeing Freedom Caucus getting a lot of what they wanted to do done and pushing that agenda through the House. But I have an idea when it switches chambers and we get to the Senate that there might be a different take. What do you think? What's the role of the Senate in this session?
Well, interesting question. The key of what your question is ideas. And I say this all the time. We do our best work in this body when we work on ideas. We come with our ideas. We come with a shared experience of living in the greatest state in the union, Wyoming. And our friends in that Freedom Caucus, they have their ideas, and I know, the ideas they're pass all this stuff, and it's going to come over the Senate, and we're going to kill it, and because we're not like them, and this whatever. If an idea is good, an idea is good, and good ideas do well here. Bad ideas don't stand the test. It's a rigorous process. There's 1,000 ways to kill a piece of legislation and only one way to pass one. And that is with heart and with persistence and just working the issues and working and listening to folks. So people who come down here and try to say, I know all the answers. I'm going to tell you what it is. I'm going to tell you what's what. And that's going to be the end of it. They generally don't fare well. And I can tell you, as someone who's been down here a long time, I do a lot better when I'm listening than I do when I'm talking. And that's what our folks in the Freedom Caucus are going to need to work on a bit. And I'm not saying no one in the Wyoming legislature is wrong. I think my friends in the Freedom Caucus are a little short on being right some of the time. I think they take a different view of Wyoming. It's not the view I have. They have a very pessimistic view of what happens here. A very pessimistic view of what we do and how we do it. I can tell you, I serve, and let's say once again, leadership group I work with. Bo Beitman couldn't be more proud to work with him. Do we agree on things? No. But I'll give you just a quick example. Been a lot of talk about policies and how we invest our money. I'm on appropriations, I'm on capital finance and investment, and I'm on management audit. I'm the only member of the body out of 93 people who sits at the corner of spending the money, investing the money, and then auditing how the money's being spent. And I can tell you, I'm proud of the people that work for the state of Wyoming. I'm proud of our state employees. I'm proud of the work they do. They work hard, and they treat the resources of the state of Wyoming like it's their own. Our friends in the Freedom Caucus seem to feel that they don't amount to much. They talk about bureaucrats and waste and fraud and abuse. You know what, Jake? I've looked at 1,000 budgets plus in my time. I've never seen waste, fraud, and abuse on a line item on a budget, ever. I've never heard a public employee say, hey, what are we putting in for waste this year, Charlie? Oh, well, I don't know. It's a bunch of malarkey. And I got to tell you, the legislative proceedings are on in every office in this state, and it makes me sad when they get badmouthed by folks, around on the floors down here and the things they say. We talked about it on the first day. I just said, we got to be careful about how we talk about things because folks listen, and they're hardworking folks, and they care. They give a damn about the state of Wyoming just as much as any of us do. And so I think Freedom Caucus right now, I think they're selling the people of Wyoming, the employees of Wyoming, and their fellow elected officials a little short. And I think they're going to find out why here in a bit. They've got good ideas. They got some ideas that are worth listening to. But you know what? So do the rest of us. And I think that, once again, a little more listening and a little less mouthing might help them out just a lot.
Good advice from a guy who's been there for a long time. Senator Guru, I asked AI to give me just an encapsulation on what you're about as a lawmaker, and it came back with a guy who wants to diversify the economy and leave our public lands better than how we found them for our next generation. And finally, he gave me this statement, which is the nonpartisan statement of all time. Mike Guru is all about God bless Wyoming and keep it wild. I like that. Hey, man, thanks for being on the show.
Appreciate it, Jake. Always a pleasure.
Hang in there, buddy. And I appreciate the work you do on behalf of the state.
Thanks a lot.
That is State Senator Mike Garou joining the show, Cowboy State Daily. So happy to have him on. Let's take a quick break. We'll be right back with more on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh gosh, she dressed funny, but we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way. My kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues, Hour 1, Friday edition. And we're going to pop in a few high school basketball scores for you and do a little bit of sports stuff, including the biggest sports news of the day. Yes. Wyoming's Josh Allen. I said Wyoming's Josh Allen. We're going to claim him right to the end. I mean, he happens to wear a Buffalo Bills uniform, but he's Wyoming's. Former UW quarterback Josh Allen won his first Most Valuable Player award. That was Thursday night in a gala affair. I think Josh was surprised. He edged out Baltimore Raven quarterback Lamar Johnson, closest ballot since 2005. Happy for Josh. We all are. Jimmy Orr wrote the story because he's on the Bills bandwagon. Everybody on the bandwagon. I think even Greg Johnson has come aboard and abandoned his Denver Donkeys. We all getting with the Bills. And it's unfortunate. I'm sure Josh would have rather be playing football this Sunday than hanging out at the award show last night. But he did it in classy fashion, I gotta say. Classier than Bill Belichick, anyway. Let me share this with you. First, I'll tell you, Josh, thank God, recognized the other MVP candidates. He mentioned his girlfriend, Haley, said he wouldn't be here without his rock, Haley Steinfeld, which was so cool. You want to talk about an NFL power couple? I will take this couple any day over Mahomes over Kelsey and Taylor Swift. And I'm a huge Taylor Swift fan. I really am. I love the Taylor Swift. But this is an NFL. Oh, it's way too big. Hold on. I got to fix the size of this thing, or you're not even going to be able to see it. On the podcast version, I'm showing, oh my goodness, I can't make it small enough. I'm working on it. This is a photo of Josh and Haley. I cannot make it small enough. Yeah, let me work on that. I just have to reduce the size. If I had a producer here, I could have this ready for me. Oh, no wonder this thing's gigantic. All right, I'm going to reduce the size and then we'll get something a little more reasonable. This to me is a more classy NFL couple than Taylor. They're, Taylor Swift and them, they're more bubblegum. Did I make it any different? No, it's still gigantic. I can't do it. Never mind. I give up. But here is the example, and it's not that it's Josh Allen against Kelsey or Mahomes. It's really Josh Allen against Josh and Haley against Belichick and his new 24-year-old squeeze. And let me see if I can get a photo of them to come up. They were there creating a disturbance. I don't know where that photo is. All right, I give up. Maybe I just shouldn't try to share photos. That's a bad idea. But yeah, Bill Belichick was there wearing all his Super Bowl rings and actually wearing something that was not a hoodie with cut off sleeves. Unbelievable. He didn't comb his hair. He never does. Neither do I, though. And he's with his 24-year-old jailbait. Yeah. I just thought, oh no. He's trying to upstage the whole thing. I thought Josh did it real classy. He received 27 first place votes while Lamar Jackson had 22. The final tally, 383 votes for Allen, 362 for Jackson. Perhaps some of the votes split by Saquon Barkley, the Eagles running back, who will be in the Super Bowl. But that's good news for Josh. Excited for him. Josh Allen deserved of the NFL MVP. Here's a photo from the story on the podcast. Yeah, he's looking good. I thought he was super humble about it. That's the kind of guy he is. He's America's quarterback, although Mahomes is America's other quarterback. He does enough commercials for it anyway. We're almost to the top of the hour, so I don't have time to get into this University of Wyoming saying that they will have no problem complying with Trump's ban on transgender participation, NCAA transgender sports ban that came down from on high from the White House. The National Collegiate Athletic Association on Thursday updated its student-athlete policy for collegiate sports in response to Donald Trump signing that executive order. And the new NCAA policy is now a ban on transgender athletes. That's an about-face on what we saw just months ago when the University of Wyoming refused to participate in volleyball matches against San Jose State University, who had Blair Fleming on the team. It became a real political mess. And now with a new presidential administration, suddenly it's there's a different tenor, and NCAA has changed its policy, and UW says, well, that makes sense to us. That's what we wanted all along. All right, well, that'll wrap things up for the first hour. We'll get to news, top of the hour. We'll see you on the other side. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Continues on this Friday.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, February 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. The National Collegiate Athletic Association on Thursday updated its student-athlete policy for collegiate sports to bar athletes born as males and identifying as women from participating in women's sports. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland spoke to a spokesman for the University of Wyoming who said UW will have no problem complying with the new ban.
So it's a domino, right? Trump signs the order saying you don't get any federal funding if you're going to allow this cross-sex participation into women's sports. The NCAA says, well, here's our new policy in compliance with that. And UW said we're going to have no problem complying. They never explicitly linked their forfeitures of games against San Jose State University, which had a trans player. They never linked that to the whole transgender controversy, but it certainly does back up what they're now saying about being able to comply with the NCAA ban.
Proposed laws to ban male participation in female-designated sports are still pending in Congress. 3 more similar bills are pending in the Wyoming legislature as well. 2 separate committees in the Wyoming legislature voted down matching bills on Wednesday night that would have banned all voting machines and required hand-count elections in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that a House committee voted the bill down 8-1, while the same Senate committee did not take a vote on a matching bill at all.
The House Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee has been very open to bills kind of like this, but this one was just truly not up to snuff. It went before both the Senate and the House versions of this committee last night, both of them into the wee hours of the night. There was very vague details given about what it would actually take to implement this, the cost figures, the amount of time it would take to count ballots. All of these things were really never answered in very concrete terms.
The topic of banning voting machines and implementing hand count elections will be referred for consideration in this summer's interim session. Well, some trespassing hunters are becoming so brazen, Wyoming ranchers fear having guns pulled on them. Representative Bill Allemond of Midwest told the Wyoming House Agriculture, State and Public Land and Water Resources Committee on Thursday that if something isn't done to curb trespassing, he fears there will be, quote, shootouts and blood on the prairie. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that despite that testimony, House Bill 109, which proposed taking away trespassers' hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges for 2 years, died in the committee.
He said there's been some ranchers that are sincerely worried about having pistols pulled on them. People are emphasizing this isn't hunters in general. Apparently, there's a few really bad actors, and if they get caught trespassing, instead of apologizing and leaving, they get belligerent. This bill is dead and gone, but my inclination is that this issue of trespassing, how to resolve this and how to manage it, probably isn't going away.
In addition to threats of violence, ranchers have complained about trespassers cutting their fences and locks on their gates and leaving trash scattered on their property. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skill and experience, you're exactly who your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Trish at Serve Wyoming at RSVP or servewyoming.org.
Well, for those tired of the dark, dreary days of winter, February is the month of optimism. That's because this is the month where the most sunlight of the year is gained. Yes, June has much more sunlight than February, but February is where we see the biggest increase, especially in Wyoming. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr.
A lot of the stories that we do, Wendy, are based on messages and letters and emails that we get from our readers. And somebody was complaining about our long winter in Wyoming. Well, if you're from Wyoming, you know we do have long winters, and that's part of the deal. This is a month that gets the biggest increase of sunlight at one time. It's all about the latitude, and the higher up you are, the more you get this time of year, and the reverse in the fall. And so the winners in Wyoming are Grable and Cody, and they get the most with an hour and 19 minutes of fresh, new sunlight in February.
However, although the days will appear longer, we're also at the time of year when Wyoming starts to see more wintry weather. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on CowboyStateDaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily. Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues. Shout out to Mr. Demarais of Green River. The Green River Wolves were in Jackson last night to take on the Jackson Bronx in basketball, high school basketball. And Mr. Demarais had two kids playing, one boy, one girl, Jake Demarais against our Jackson Bronx. Green River victorious. That was disappointing. And then his Addison Demarais, Addie had maybe not one of her better games, but she still helped her Green River Lady Wolves destroy our Lady Bronx. So Green River with a clean sweep yesterday in Jackson, but Mr. Demarais came up and said hi, said he's been enjoying the Cowboy State Daily Show. Glad you're listening, viewing, and congrats on the big wins, even though it was at the expense of the team I call sports for, the Jackson Bronx. We'll tell you how those games went along with others across the state. Thursday, high school basketball included. The Green River win. This is boys basketball. Green River 61, Jackson 48, the final last night in Jackson. That's in 4A. In the 3A, Rollins took care of Glen Rock in a thriller, 68-67. And 2A, another close one in overtime. Shoshone 52 knocks down the third-ranked Wyoming Indian 52-49. That's in extras. And final score in 1A, Bighorn 45, Tongue River 39. Well, that's 2A, sorry. In 1A, Burlington 59, Meeteetse 37. In girls basketball, 4A, as I just said, the number 5th ranked Green River Wolves. This is the best girls team in the West. There are 4 supposedly higher ranked teams in the East, including Sheridan and the Cheyennes. But this Green River team is pretty darn good. The best in the West, girls team. Wow, they're just loaded with talent, well coached. 73-40, they beat Jackson last night. Class 3A, Rollins 45 over Glenrock 42. In Class 2A, 5th ranked Wyoming Indian had no problem with Shoshone 65-32, the final there. And top ranked Tongue River over Bighorn 51-29 in a forfeit. Burlington gets the win over Meeteetse, as Meeteetse could not field a team, I believe. That was a forfeit announced as early as yesterday. Elsewhere in the Wyoming sports world, it is snowing pretty good here. I had to go sweep off the wife's car because she's getting ready to go to work. And one time, I had the greatest Valentine's Day gift for her. Or it might have been her birthday, I forget. I got her a remote starter so she could start her car from far away and then blow dry her hair and get out into a warm car. That was her old vehicle. We traded that in, and she's got a new one. And now I am the remote starter because I haven't got one for this car. And it's just right out front. So I could run outside, and I swept all the snow off before I started the show 1 hour ago. 1 hour ago. And everything was clean, ready to go. And in 1 hour, it has snowed more than 2 inches. And I had to just run out there while the news was on and do it again. And I'm looking, and I'm going to have to run out and do it again if she doesn't get in the car. It's snowing pretty good here. I'll ask Don Day whether he has cooked up this event, this weather event, just to cause marital strife for me, which I suspect is the case. Wyoming Cowboys, UNLV continue an age-old rivalry. The Running Rebs and the Pokes will clash in the arena on Saturday, tomorrow afternoon for a matinee contest, 2 o'clock start Mountain Time. Features a halftime show with Christian and Scooby. I do not know who that is, but apparently a former finalist on America's Got Talent. I don't do the AGT, do you? Yeah, Christian and Scooby. Well, that's worth watching the Cowboys play basketball, right? Same as Kendrick Lamar is worth watching at the halftime show. I do see one other person who also thought along the lines I did that was the worst choice for a halftime entertainment show of all time, and could prove to be I could prove to be wrong. We'll have to see how he does. I mean, there's almost not a song in his catalog that he can play as he wrote it because it'll be bleeped into oblivion. But Kendrick Lamar, there's now speculation, will he play his biggest hit? His biggest hit, which is his hit right now, is Not Like Us. And it's a big diss on Drake. Apparently, these two rappers are having a war of words. That's what rappers do. Use your words, and they do. And they're having a war of words, and Not Like Us. It's just this one big, long 4-minute diatribe on getting back at Drake. Yet that's a hit song, and would he play that at the Super Bowl? Would he go diss Drake because that is his number one? That's his biggest downloaded song. Will he even do it? In fact, the lyrics are so inflammatory towards Drake that it's part of a defamation lawsuit. So can he even play it? I saw a headline in some online news said, will Lamar perform Not Like Us? And then it said, well, it's tricky. And if Lamar Kendrick plays Not Like Us and no one's there in the forest to hear it played, did it really happen? I don't think anyone is going to know who he is. Kendrick Lamar playing this halftime show. Are you excited?
I don't know who he is.
You don't know who he is. Nobody over 28 years old knows who Kendrick Lamar is. And even the 20-somethings, they might name recognize, but they're not like downloading his songs every 2 seconds. It's a very select group of 16 and 17-year-old gangbanger wannabes who follow Kendrick Lamar. Although the guy just won a whole armful of Grammys. Yeah. Which I was surprised.
Well, I'm married to a DJ, and I still don't know.
Well, I know who he is. I don't like his music. I don't see anything that great about it. If he's got something about Drake, work it out. Work out your issues, man. I don't need to hear the song. And it's not even a song. It's like that Rap Today. It's not even a song. There's like no beat. It's just rumbling bass sound. And then this mumble mouth rapper that just disses another dude. It's mumble mouth rap, which I can't stand. I don't know how far we've come from just put George Strait out there and be done with it. Kendrick Lamar. I mean, it'd be a good time to go for a beer run. I'll say that. How'd I get on this subject? I could very easily be annoyed. Oh, here's the photos I was trying to show. Let me see if this will work. I think I finally got these photos working. The comparison between Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old. Maybe not. I don't know where. Stand by. I'm working through my issues. If you just bear with me. And anyone on the radio version of this, you're just going to be drumming your fingers on the table. Well, you can drum away because I am going to make this happen. Now I've made it a point and I got to do it. And I think I can do it. Here's Bill Belichick and his 24-year-old. There you go. You can see the video now in the podcast version. That's Bill, the pedophile on the left, former Patriot coach, and that's his. Do we even need to learn her name? 24-year-old with a gigantic. Oh my god! Look at the size of that ring. Is that her engagement ring? Good gravy. No wonder she's with the guy. I don't know who has bigger rings. Belichick with the Super Bowl rings on his right hand, and he's got a bunch on his left, or her engagement ring, which looks like it's weighing down her whole left arm. What is that, a doorknob? Look at that thing. Golly. Robert Kraft paid for that ring. It's not that I envy Belichick for being able to date so young, date so above his stature. It's just, he's a New England Patriot, so I automatically hate him. And now here's the class of last night. Josh and Haley. Note the difference. And they're rocking the black. So cool. Love the look. Just black on black on black. Haley Steinfeld, Josh Allen. Now that's class. Unlike Belichick, unlike Mahomes. All right, enough on that. I'm sure there are Chief fans out there and Patriot fans. And unfortunately for me, we do need every listener we can get, even you folks. Taco Bell says it's going cashless. Did you hear about this? Taco Bell's going futuristic. The company's CFO, Chris Turner, said that they're announcing Bite by Yum, which is this proprietary software that's AI-driven. It's going to be all high-tech. It'll allow them to, do inventory, sales. Point of purchase, though, no more cash. That's where they're heading in the future. Taco Bell owner wants 100% digital sales, cashless, Bite by Yum. Their proprietary software they'll be using will allow everybody working at the Taco Bell to just ring you up as you drive by. You just flash your phone. You're good. That's the way the whole world's going. Nobody's going to be using coins and cash. Nothing. What weather question can I ask Don Day? I know I wanted to ask him why he's making it snow so much where I am. Don Day will be with us in just a moment. What about Andrew Rossi will be on the show later, and I want to ask him about these helicopters. Talk about drones, which is the worry for New Jersey until two presidents, not one but two, told us nothing to worry about. Drones over Wyoming, still haven't had any clarifying answers there. But this is like drone times 10. These low-flying helicopters using hula hoop-like nets. What are they doing? Here's a photo of what that looks like for those of you enjoying the podcast version of today's show. United States Geological Survey, USGS, is apparently conducting first-of-its-kind survey of southern Wyoming. Starting this month, the agency is gaining a bird's eye view of what lies deep under the surface using these, I think it's like ground penetrating radar, basically. Andrew would know. We'll ask Andrew. When the survey results are complete, they'll be publicly accessible to any agency, business, or individual who wants the data. They're kind of looking underneath that area between the Front Range and Medicine Bow Mountains. The survey will help us understand the foundational geology of this part of the state, said Rain Linz, manager of the Wyoming State Geological Survey's Energy and Minerals Resource Group. The data will be important for Wyoming, useful for a bunch of things. I mean, for starters, they'll be able to tell if there's any kind of minerals or anything valuable under the ground. They may be able to find a few lost wedding rings, for sure. But they're looking for things like water, the water table, rare earth minerals, etc. Stuff that's really valuable. And these airborne electromagnetic surveys, AEMs, I think this is similar to ground penetrating radar. Airborne electromagnet survey. They're going to do these over Albany, Carbon County, Converse, Laramie, Platte counties. And it's going to happen all through February. So if you see a low-flying helicopter with this hula hoopy thing underneath it, again, I'll share the photo. Don't shoot it down. You drone haters, you conspiracy theorists, or if you're visiting here from New Jersey, do not shoot this drone down. It is working on behalf of the geologist of the state, USGS. It's an authorized mission to find stuff under the ground. It's not doing anything weird. It's not spying on you. Please don't shoot at it. Andrew Rossi has more on the story. This is Andrew here.
The United States Geological Survey is conducting a first-of-its-kind survey of southern Wyoming. This week, the agency will gain a bird's-eye view of what lies deep under the surface. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that USGS will use helicopters flying between 100 and 200 feet from the surface while carrying a sensor that resembles a large hula hoop to conduct an airborne electromagnetic survey of areas of Albany, Carbon, Converse, Laramie, and Platte counties.
They're using that sensor to send send electromagnetic currents into the ground down to about 1,500 feet down. And those will be sort of like a map that you can make a 3D map out of. But more importantly, it'll help identify underground water sources, critical minerals, rare earth metals, and lots of other things. So it'll give geologists a better idea of what's buried underneath Wyoming in a spot they specifically call the Cheyenne Belt.
When this survey's results are completed, they'll be publicly accessible to any agency, business, or individual who could benefit from knowing what's waiting to be unearthed between the Front Range and Medicine Bow Mountains.
Nothing to see here, nothing suspicious, as President Trump would say. It's just a helicopter doing electromagnetic stuff. It has nothing to do with meteorology or weather forecasting, and it's not a weather balloon. Don Day joins the show, Day Weather Forecasting. And Don, you got a lot of splaining to do. I just shoveled 3 inches of partly sunny off the deck, and it's still coming down. What's happening?
Well, you didn't like the rain, so I made it snow. I thought I was helping.
You were right about, you said it would turn snow. It sure as heck did. And yeah, it's, thanks for that. But it's, this is a short-lived deal. I think by the weekend, should be generally clear across the state, or what do you see in the crystal ball?
Well, it will be a quiet weekend. A couple of exceptions. First of all, let's talk about what's happening today. The snow that you're experiencing there is part of the front that's going to move very quickly across the state. So we've got another, I'm afraid to say, high wind event for the I-80 and I-25 corridor areas. Very windy down there. But as the front comes through later today and tonight over the rest of the state, it's going to drop enough snow to make roads and highways slick. We mentioned this yesterday. If you're traveling later today or overnight into the morning hours of Saturday, you're going to hit some slick roads. Again, not a lot of snow, but enough. Then colder, drier air spreads into the state this weekend. The exception is going to be in the far southeast. There could be a little bit of light snow, especially around the Cheyenne area, overnight Saturday into Sunday morning. That southeast corner could be clipped. But the rest of the state's just going to be cold. And the cold is something to talk about, Jake, because there is a mass of bitterly cold air in west central Canada that's what's been at times dancing into northern Wyoming, keeping northern Wyoming so cold. Well, it's going to move further south this weekend and especially early next week. And for folks in northern Wyoming, this is a cold wave that's got legs to it. It's going to go multiple days next week into the following week of being severely cold for a long period.
So you were going to want to snuggle up on Valentine's Day weekend with somebody because,
it's going to be cold. And it's going to be statewide cold, but it's the north and the northeast. Places like Sheridan, Buffalo, and Gillette, Newcastle, and Sundance, and the north, the Bighorn Basin, up around that Cody, Worland, Thermopolis areas, they've got a lot of snow cover up there now. And when you get Arctic air pushing in on top of that snow cover, this is where the nights, the snow cover exacerbates the cold and makes it colder. I wouldn't be surprised next week if we see some minus 30s to minus 40s in Montana, maybe extreme northeastern Wyoming. It's on the table.
Don, I'm gonna have to stop you right there. I'm gonna have to shut your audio off right there when you when you get down to 30. That's my cutoff. I'm 30 below and colder. I mean, your audio, we're just gonna drop it out. Is there any help by the idea of today's story from Andrew, and you're quoted in it that February is the month where we gain the most sunlight per day? You said it's all about latitude, not attitude. Is that going to help us at all? More sun?
No, it doesn't, because there's a lag. There's always a lag. So some of the coldest times of the year, like now, happen when you gain the most daylight. Why is that? Well, because the higher latitudes to our north didn't have any sun for a long time, and the cold air builds up. And so, yes, we get more daylight, but the sun angle is still low. So there's a difference between how much sunlight you get and how much energy you're getting from the sun to warm things up. That doesn't happen until March or April. So, yes, You get more chance to see your thermometer on the back porch this time of year, but it doesn't mean it's going to move much.
Don, I'm going to have to suspend your weather forecast. You're on a 2-day suspension. I don't want to see you again until Monday.
Awesome.
Okay. Long as we're in agreement. Thanks, buddy.
Bye-bye.
Wow. Day weather forecast. At least you got the heads up. I mean, it's snowing now. That's the fun of it. Next weekend. Is that Valentine's Day? Yeah, next weekend. Valentine's Day weekend. Never mind the box of chocolates for your sweetie. You better just bring a blowtorch and some kindling and wrap up. 30 below. I mean, that's censorable stuff. Where is my sensor? I should have it ready to go. Next time Don Day is on the weather forecast, I'm going to be ready to go with my bleeper. And if he so much as even hints at, I guess I don't have my buzzer anymore. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Yeah, this is me doing my Don Day impression. And it might get as cold as below. Maybe even below. Just save it. 30 below my eye. We got to take a quick break. I'll be right back. Cowboy State Daily Morning Show continues after this.
My name is Dre. And I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud, just absolutely mud.
You know, the country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay. And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Hour 2, Friday edition. Andrew Rossi is supposed to be here in the Zoom room. I wonder if I don't know where he's at. Maybe I'm wrong on my timing. Rossi, Fridays, 7:26. All right. Joining us later, next hour, Brenda Miller. Be excited to talk to her. She's the Wyoming State Snowmobile Association president. She should be happy with the snow we're getting. It's snowmobile weather this February, that's for sure. And a big thanks to State Senator Mike Garreau for joining us in the first hour. Fun to hear from a lawmaker who's actually down there swinging it out with the rest of those legislators. That's my impression of Cheyenne, what goes on down there. I'm sure it's way more civilized, the powdered wigs and all, but in my idea, everyone has a gavel and they're using it to pound the other guy when they don't vote the way they want them to. And it's just one big chaos thing. And then Leo Wolfson gets on reporting live from the scene, and he's got a black eye and a busted lip, and it's just craziness at the 68th legislative session. Leo's just ducking flying gavels. That's how I like to think it goes on. I think it's slightly more civilized. Andrew, we need you because we got to talk about these weird low-flying helicopter drone things. Maybe I'll reach out on the emails. Trump administration shuts down controversial Biden-era Rock Springs management plan. I know that's not the sexiest headline ever, and some folks outside of Wyoming, probably everybody outside of Wyoming, and we have a lot of listeners from outside the state. Some like to stay in touch with a state that they used to live in. Some like to keep tabs on a state they really love. It's on a bucket list, maybe to visit or move here one day. Or you just like Wyoming and like Cowboy State Daily News. Whatever brings you here, that's great, but this issue doesn't play much outside of the Sweetwater County area, although it does concern the state when federal land is managed by feds and the state has no say. Doesn't seem fair to people in the state of Wyoming. There's two stories today that concern federal land and how the state sometimes has friction with over how it's managed. Sweetwater County officials say they were thrilled at news that a controversial federal land management plan had been shut down by the Trump administration. Newly appointed Secretary of Interior Doug Burgum made the decision Wednesday. This is a resource management plan that spells out how a portion of land in the Rock Springs area can be used by the public, can be used by everybody. And kind of nobody in Wyoming was happy with the plan. Not nobody. There were some that were. Some special interest groups said, oh, that's a good plan. It's the fairest we're going to get. But there was a lot of opposition, including the governor, including pretty much every top elected official in the state. They all did not like the plan. The Bureau of Land Management operates the land, owns the land. Your federal government owns this land in Wyoming. It's mineral rich, so there's energy rich, so there's chance for gas and oil exploration. It's a fun place to go, maybe motocross, bike, whatever the term is. What do they call? They don't call themselves motocross. You get on your KTM and zoom around, or your four-wheeler. There's a lot of things you can do on this land. It should be multi-use. Everybody should get to use it. But I think the plan kind of shut the land down to a lot of people. And so a lot of people didn't like it. And there was speculation on it. Well, once Biden signed off on it as he left office, we're not going to be able to undo that. It's going to be very difficult. And I still think we don't know how you go about undoing it. But the first step was made, certainly Wednesday, when Secretary of Interior Doug Berman says that plan's over. Done. Halted it. What does that mean? We're not really sure. Great news, said Taylor Jones. He's a Sweetwater County commissioner. He said, that's great news, although it's uncertain what happens next. Yeah, exactly. We don't really know. I think it's really exciting. I think it's a step in the right direction. Quite frankly, I don't know where to go from here, said Sweetwater County Commissioner Taylor Jones. And I don't think any of us know. The plan as it were, in the Biden stamp was too restrictive, said many. 3.6 million acres of land we're talking about. 3.6 million acres total managed by the BLM from the Rock Springs office. I believe the RMP concerns 1.8 million of that. Well, we'll let Mark Hines talk a little more about it. I'll opine, and I'll shoot out an email to Mr. Rossi and see what happened on that end. Here we do this.
The Bureau of Land Management's controversial management plan for millions of acres in the Rock Springs area has been shut down by President Donald Trump's administration. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports, though, that there's uncertainty from all directions on what happens next.
I talked to one of the Sweetwater County commissioners today. What that means for them is they got homework now. They got to go back to the drawing board and decide what the next move's going to be. There has to be some sort of resource management plan for the Rock Springs office. The one in place, I think it's decades old, the resource management plan. I think there's consensus that something needs to be crafted and put forward.
The BLM manages about 3.6 million acres of land from the Rock Springs office, the bulk of it in Sweetwater County. The previous administration's preferred plan would have restricted public access in about half of that area for hunting, motorized recreation, cattle grazing, and energy exploration.
Yeah, just ongoing state versus federal government friction, and that'll probably never end. Wyoming and Washington far apart on a lot of things, including land management. But the BLM's controversial management plan for millions of acres in the Rock Springs area shut down by President Donald Trump's administration. Doug Burgum made the announcement Wednesday. Where do you go from here? We're not sure, but we'll certainly find out. On a related note, there's a long shot bill, and I mean long, that would basically say the state gets to have all the federal land except for Yellowstone. I mean, it's just some crazy. I'm trying to find that. Where that bill went. I mean, this thing has, again, zero chance of going anywhere. But it's, it's a resolution. Okay, so we can't even pass a law. We know that. At least our lawmakers aren't that out of their minds. The Senate, this initially failed, by the way, on its first reading in the Senate. And then there was a recall because one senator flipped his vote and then another senator who was not previously there showed up. So a vote was overturned. Senate revived resolution calling on Congress to give Wyoming all public lands except Yellowstone. The state wants all this land the feds own, BLM, anything owned by the feds. This resolution passed 1615, razor thin. It would call on Congress to hand over all public lands to the state with the exception of Yellowstone. Could this even happen? No. Not in our lifetime. Senate Joint Resolution 2 was previously voted down 16-14 earlier in the day. But then Senator Ogden Driscoll, Republican from Devil's Tower, changed his vote from nay to aye. And on the second go-around, Senator Tim French of Powell showed up out of the bathroom where he was presumably on the first vote. I don't know. Where are you when they take the vote and you're not there? He was excused from the first vote. Where's Senator French? He's in the bathroom. All right, we got to vote again because Ogden's changed his mind and French was in the bathroom. So they voted again. This time it went. And what does went mean? I don't know. I mean, can we take back all the federal land? And are they talking about the forest land? I mean, or maybe just BLM. I'm not sure. But yeah, I mean, it's just more, trying to get your political platforms across. Yes, we don't like that the feds have a bunch of land in Wyoming. We don't like the way they manage it. But I don't know if the Senate resolution is going to do anything about that other than state the fact that we don't like things. We do like this guy, though. Andrew Rossi joins the Zoom room. Andrew, what's happening? Good shirt. Look at that. I need that shirt.
I get a lot of compliments about this shirt. It makes a bold statement.
That is a good. We had Senator Guru on, and I liked his tie. His tie on that shirt, popping.
Not sure the world's ready for it yet.
Andrew's showing a lot of drip on this Friday. Let's talk about these drones with the hula hoops underneath them. What the heck is going on? Should we shoot them down? Should we be nervous about it?
Well, you definitely don't want to shoot them down because they're government drones.
Oh.
So they're not government drones, rather. They're government helicopters, which is even worse. So yeah, it's a part of an electromagnetic survey, for lack of a better way to put it. They're sending electrical charges into the ground, but to a depth of about 1,500 feet to see what's buried under there. And then they'll be able to produce 3D maps of the landscape to give you an idea of what mineral deposits and precious metals might be buried under the surface.
Incredible. How many wedding rings do you think they'll find in this?
It depends on the size, and it depends on what people are willing to go after, because these surveys, they're not like the treasure map all plotted out. What they'll do is they'll collect the data, and then companies that have the ability to analyze that data, or other agencies or individuals, they'll be able to plug that in, and then that'll give them an idea of where they might want to do further exploration for whatever it is they might think is buried under there.
It'll all be underway. This month is underway. USGS doing the first of its kind electromagnetic survey. It's going to be happening if you happen to live in Albany, Carbon, Converse, Laramie, and Platte counties. You may see low-flying choppers. Don't shoot at them. It's not a drone. And the hula hoopy thing allows the penetration. Is this like ground penetrating radar that we hear about? Similar?
From what I understand, not exactly. See, the idea is if you pass an electrical current through an object, it's going to create a specific kind of image with these computers that they have. So like if I were going to send it through, say, like a glass of water, that would look different than sending it through a block of rock per se. And so when you get that data, you can analyze what those images are. So it's not radar in a sense, it's just how electrical currents interact and move through these particular objects. That's my understanding of it, at least.
So this is all on the up and up. This is a real authorized USGS. And they're always doing study. They're always doing mapping, subsurface mapping. I mean, that's what they do. And this will be data that they'll be made available to the public, to anyone who needs to know what's under the ground.
Yep, and with all the ongoing discussion about precious metals and critical rare earth minerals and everything like that, there's going to be a lot of companies that are going to be very interested in seeing what's buried underneath this portion of Wyoming. So could lead to some very interesting discoveries.
Maybe dinosaurs.
It's one could hope. I've seen plenty of dinosaurs this week, but those guys tend to be pretty close to the surface. You don't have to dig 1,500 feet down to find them. Not saying you couldn't, but.
Are you still not enjoying our Wyoming winter?
Yes, I am doing this from Moab, Utah this morning.
Ooh, that sounds good. Wait, somebody else is down there. Or are you the only one down there?
Now, Jen's vacationing down here.
Okay, yeah, Jen. Okay, excellent. Yeah, you're the snow in Cody and the dude skijoring. That was a fun photo, a fun story, fun idea. You know, we used to grab onto the back bumper, you know, without the tow rope, just grab onto a back bumper with our feet and just slide. You know, we called it skitching. Did you ever do that? What'd you call it?
Never even heard of it.
Yeah.
So it's skitching. I'll just accept that as the term.
Skitching. Skijoring fits this more, though. We'll share the photo with our podcast viewers. This is what it looked like in downtown Cody the other day. When life gives you snow, you make lemonade. And yeah, I like it. Cody PD probably doesn't care for it, but I did. I respected the fact that in your story you did gently say you contacted law enforcement and they said, you know, we probably wouldn't haul people, tase people, and haul them off to jail for it, but we would advise them that this is not probably the safest way to spend their afternoon.
Well, when I spoke to Justin Weed about it with the Cody Police Department, he couldn't help but laugh at the concept that people would do that on a day when there was just that much snow in Cody. So, yeah, he said that if he'd seen it or any of the officers had seen it, they'd probably take it more as an opportunity to say, hey, here's why you shouldn't do this, as opposed to immediately going for a citation. But, I mean, I don't know much about the incident. That's the only picture that I saw. And I couldn't find anyone else who had seen it themselves. But it sounds like it was just good, safe fun, people just doing what they could on a day when there wasn't much else to do. That's not to say that it's endorsed in any way, but because it does break ordinances in Cody, and I imagine a lot of other places. But, I mean, as long as you're safe with these sort of things, there's no real harm to it.
Hey, it's a long winter. We got to have some fun in the snow somehow. All right. What else? We got other stories we should be talking about of yours?
It's been kind of a slow week for me because I've spent the last several days down in Tucson, Arizona, covering the Tucson Gem and Mineral Show.
Nice.
So I'm going to have a big story about that coming out this weekend, about what's down there, the people I met, the things I saw. It was overwhelming in a positive way.
I'm so jealous. You're going to be enjoying Moab today. Get yourself out to the local coffee shop. Make sure you bring your dog, put a bandana on him, and wear Birkenstocks. It's Moab. You want to fit in.
Okay, then I'll need to get Birkenstocks, a bandana, and the dog before I go.
You're not ready for Moab, man, but your shirt is. I got to have that shirt, man.
I got to blend in.
I love it. Andrew, thank you for spending a Friday with us. Have a great weekend.
You too, Jake.
Andrew Rossi, Cowboy State Daily. Show continues after this quick break, and we appreciate you joining us on this Friday. Can't do it without you.
Our beautiful world is changing, withering, dying by the hands of those who don't value nature, even though we all depend on it for life itself. But there is hope. Together with caring friends, the Nature Conservancy can restore our lands, heal our waters, and save our wildlife with big solutions only nature can provide. But every day we lose more of the places we love, and we urgently need to save endangered lands, waters, and wild species. The actions we take today will determine the tomorrow we leave to our children and grandchildren. The water they drink, the air they breathe, the beauty they experience. To learn more about how you can help protect and conserve our beautiful world, visit nature.org today.
At Renewal by Anderson, we ask, why should we only feel the love on Valentine's Day in February? We have declared the entire month of February as the month of love. That's right, we did it. We laugh at February's snow and cold. We love installing the best new windows and doors. We love how warm, cozy, quiet, and more valuable our awesome windows and doors make our customers' homes. Love, love, love. Tell someone you love them today, and please book your free estimate right now at rbawyoming.com. Feel the love every day in February with Renewal by Anderson.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut, the one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink, or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking, now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed, better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead, catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
Friday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, second hour. In the next hour, we got a lot going on. Special guest in studio. We're going to talk more about the stories of the day, this day in history. We're going to do a little rodeo. Get ready. We're just getting started here. Hey, remember the idea of making a Mount Rushmore in Wyoming? That idea is moving on. The House advances a bill to create a new state monument, a Mount Rushmore-sized kind of a thing. What would this monument look like? Where would it be? That is not clear yet, but we're just getting started, according to House Bill 106. The Monument to America would honor the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence. Wyoming wants to be the home of this Monument to America. Now, when we talked about this story a couple of weeks ago, I kind of made fun that it would be Wyoming's version of Mount Rushmore. So what could we put on it that would be truly Wyoming? Apparently, that's not really how the House Bill 106 reads. So maybe I should read these bills before I talk about them. But it was more fun to think that Wyoming will have its own Mount Rushmore. And what kind of faces would we immortalize into some rock of mountain? And we had people say, well, how about Washakie, Chief Washakie? How about Sacagawea? How about Nellie Taylor Ross? We had a lot of ideas. Nobody said Senator Mike Carew. I was disappointed. But then, none of this would have meant anything because that's not what we're doing here, I guess. It's a monument to America. So it would truly have to be something that set America for the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, July 4th, 2026. Okay. Well, one reason to be against it, and I saw that it was, the bill, by the way, was introduced by Steve Harshman, and he's still not quite sure what it would look like or what it would entail. He admits, he said, maybe it's not a statue on a mountain. Maybe it's a sculpture garden. Maybe somebody has a different idea. I think it would be neat just to get together a group of people and work it out, think it out. Since unveiling the bill, Harshman said he's had many sculptors and artists reach out to him about the potential project. If it involves chiseling, he's got artists ready to go. The House Travel, Wildlife, Cultural Resources Committee passed the bill on an 8-1 vote Thursday, with only Representative Rob Worf of Evanston against it. And Worf's biggest contention, I think, is he just did not think the bill was ready and this wasn't thought out enough. And he said, man, by the time this gets going, it'll never be ready for the 250th anniversary, July 2026. If we're just now talking about an idea, we're just in idea space here. And we're thinking in House Bill 106 of making a monument to America. How is this thing going to be realized by July 4th, 2026? You know how long it took to make Mount Rushmore? Yeah, he's got a point. Anyway, that did advance out of committee. And yeah, maybe Mount Rushmore, Wyoming is going to happen. We'll have to see. Well, we burned up our whole hour here. We're hitting to top of the hour. We'll get to hour 3 of the Cowboy State Daily Show in just a moment. Hope you're enjoying things. See you right after the news.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, February 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. When a truck collision turned into a 3-man fight Saturday at a bonfire party spot outside Reliance, the girlfriend of one of the brawlers shot the other 2. Court documents allege that 16-year-old Addison Fisher of Rock Springs is charged as an adult in Rock Springs Circuit Court with 2 counts of aggravated assault. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that one of the victims suffered a gunshot wound in his neck or jaw area and another was shot through the hand.
Usually we do not identify juveniles charged with crimes unless they are charged as adults, and that was the case here. The claim is that her boyfriend was chasing this other truck down with his truck and rammed into it. And so another guy saw this and got mad, and then the driver of the truck got mad, and then the one was supposedly holding Fisher's boyfriend down while the other punched, according to witness interviews. The witnesses and the victims said that Fisher kind of rounded the truck with a gun in her hand and shot the 2 men that were then winning the fight against her boyfriend.
Fisher was arrested without incident Monday. She posted a cash or surety bond of $50,000. The 2025 Wyoming legislative session reached its halfway mark on Thursday. Politics reporter Leo Wolfson observes that the session looks and feels distinctly different from years past.
There's a few things that have definitely jumped out to me. One is kind of the sheer predictability of every vote in the House. The Freedom Caucus legislators are very much aligned. They're very obedient to their cause, for what that's worth. And they are voting extremely consistently together. Their side is winning on almost every single vote. The Democrats and the non-Freedom Caucus Republicans have been on the losing side of nearly every vote, whether it's an amendment or a main bill vote as well. They've been also taking a very razor's eye approach to the budget. They're opposing a lot of additions that were being proposed to be made to the budget.
The 2025 legislative session is scheduled to end in mid-March. The Bureau of Land Management's controversial management plan for millions of acres in the Rock Springs area has been shut down by President Donald Trump's administration. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports, though, that there's uncertainty from all directions on what happens next.
I talked to one of the Sweetwater County commissioners today. What that means for them is they got homework now. They got to go back to the drawing board and decide what the next move's going to be. There has to be some sort of resource management plan for the Rock Springs office. The one in place, I think it's decades old, the resource management plan. I think there's consensus that something needs to be crafted and put forward.
The BLM manages about 3.6 million acres of land from the Rock Springs office, the bulk of it in Sweetwater County. The previous administration's preferred plan would have restricted public access in about half that area for hunting, motorized recreation, cattle grazing, and energy exploration. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skill and experience, you're exactly who your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Trish at Serve Wyoming at RSVP or servewyoming.org.
The United States Geological Survey is conducting a first-of-its-kind survey of southern Wyoming. This week, the agency will gain a bird's-eye view of what lies deep under the surface. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that USGS will use helicopters flying between 100 and 200 feet from the surface while carrying a sensor that resembles a large hula hoop. They'll be conducting an airborne electromagnetic survey of areas of Albany, Carbon, Converse, Laramie, and Platte counties.
They're using that sensor to send electromagnetic currents into the ground down to about 1,500 feet down. And those will be sort of like a map that you can make a 3D map out of. But more importantly, it'll help identify underground water sources, critical minerals, rare earth metals, and lots of other things. So it'll give geologists a better idea of what's buried underneath Wyoming in a spot they specifically call the Cheyenne Belt. But for those industry-inclined people, it'll give extraction companies and other agencies that are looking to profit from what's buried under Wyoming a better idea of what's there and where to go.
When this survey's results are completed, they'll be publicly accessible to any agency, business, or individual who could benefit from knowing what's waiting to be unearthed between the Front Range and Medicine Bow Mountains. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
Cowboy State Daily continues its Friday edition, third hour. Radio syndicated rejoin starts now. Good to have everybody back in this hour, and good to have this guy into the Zoom room. Bill Sniffen and I share one thing in common. We're both getting mushier in our old age. I'm getting mushier around the middle. Where is it affecting you, Bill?
It just comes with the advancing age. You become a grandparent, and then holy smokes, I tell my kids that they're chopped liver now because the grandkids. Well, now I'm so damned old. I have great grandkids, so I have to tell my grandkids who are now in their 20s and 30s that they're chopped liver. That there's a whole new generation that's taken over. But yeah, it's easy to get sappy and mushy. And I did write a column. I'm writing another column about it. And it's interesting. I reached out to people across the state and said, the topic of the column is, when were you most happy? And I thought that was kind of especially people of a certain age, mainly meaning, I guess, me. But, I've said to my kids that they can't believe this, that my wife and I think we were probably our most happy between the ages of 65 and 75. And they say, that's impossible. You're an old codger. You can't do anything. And it's actually just the opposite. You don't really have to go to work every day usually. Or if you do work, you do like me, you do only what you want to do, which is, and by the way, my definition of retirement, I've worked since I was 14, is that I don't want any employees, because we always love our employees, and as a result, they're problems are a problem. So I don't want any employees. And then I want to control my schedule. So if I want to take off and go somewhere, I can do that, which, by the way, I wasn't very, I have a little thing I wanted to talk about. It's a funny thing. It's about travel and it's about library books. And let me get this off my chest. Do you have a few minutes for me on this, Jake?
Yeah.
Okay. I went down to Texas where I've got children and grandchildren, and it was 82 degrees.
Oh, okay.
In February? Are you kidding? But anyway, but when I did that, I bought the audiobook Texas by James Michener.
I read that book, by the way. Thick, fantastic.
It was 64 hours
of
audio.
Oh, yeah.
But I listened to it for a couple weeks before I left, and then during the trip, and since then. And what I wanted to do here in my hometown of Lander, we had a little dust up over the library board because these people. I mean, it's crazy how. And I'll be honest, there's people on both sides of all these issues that are just they shift their brain into, I don't know, into neutral and their mouth into full speed ahead. And sometimes they take off and you wonder, where in the hell are they going? But the point I thought with Michener's book, I wonder if it's even on display at the library, because the N word is used throughout it. You know, I mean, it's just because it was written in the 80s, and a lot of times he was quoting people back then. But what I'm thinking is, I have very strong feelings about these pornographic sex books that are in the libraries. They're pornography. I mean, it's like somebody said, when you try to define something, you say, I don't know how to define it, but I know what it is when I see it.
Yeah.
And that's the way these pornography, genderqueer, and all those books are. I mean, you see them and you say, oh, that's pornography. Well, anyway, I think these same people that will fight to the death to keep those books in the library probably were the ones leading the charge to get rid of Mark Twain's books and Michener's books and all those books, because oh my gosh, they had the N word, or they portrayed Hispanics, the W word for the Hispanic people. It was throughout this book. And I thought to myself, man, and we get so conditioned that it is almost jarring to hear those words used. But then I thought to myself, now I wonder if they didn't have any problem banning those books, but now with these new ones, it's a whole different deal. Anyway, that's my 2 cents on that one, and then we'll move on to some other fun stuff.
And just to clarify, Bill is kind of riffing on this House Bill 194. We're going to talk about that later today and what it would do to or for librarians who put these books on the shelves. It's a lightning rod of an issue, very controversial which way you want to go. But that Michener book, by the way, Texas, it should be required reading for anyone who lives in that state. You should understand how your state got there. And you'll have if you don't have a love for Texas before the book, you will after reading it.
It was, I'll tell you a little side. I went out for a beer with my son-in-law and a good friend down here, and who I should talk to you about sometime. I have a friend here named Jeff Wacker, who is, he worked for Hewlett Packard, and Hewlett Packard has 300,000 employees. Think about that. Woo! And he was their futurist. So we spent a couple hours talking about the future and what all is going on. And man, you talk about on his game. That was fantastic. But what was funny is, here these guys are lifelong Texans, and I'm educating them on Texas.
Yeah,
telling them about how they all the different wars and the Alamo and saying,
well, that's central. Yeah, and that's kind of why I say that. I mean, it's a state like no other. I mean, it's the only state where you can fly your state flag higher than the U.S. I mean, it's a unique state, no doubt about it. It's primarily was and still is Mexico North. And it's just so rich in history. But a lot of people that live there are Dallas, Plano, corporate, Fortune 500, they don't have a connection to that part of the state history, and they should. It's a cool state.
Oh, they don't. But anyway, no place is better than Wyoming.
Oh, yeah.
And I loved your conversation, of course, about the national monument, the new national monument being proposed in Wyoming. And we spent a whole session, one of our recent visits with you, about how I felt the Oregon Trail is our national monument. But, another couple thoughts, if you one is Mike Guru is just, he's a champion. And even though he's in the minority party, he's your senator there from Jackson, but he's such an expert on tourism and the hospitality industry, which is our second biggest industry. So when Mike talks, everybody down there listens. I mean, a lot of the stuff he's involved with are nonpartisan, and
yeah,
he is.
And I'll give you a little side view heads up for you folks who don't think he'll ever have anything to do with Mike Carew, a Democratic senator. If you fly into Jackson and enjoy a little snack at Jedediah's, he owns that deal. He started that whole deal. He's a small business owner, and he understands that aspect as well.
Yeah, I was delighted to see him on there. And well, Jake, what else is going on?
Well, we got a snowmobile gal coming in a little bit, Brenda Miller, and we got snow here. So, I reprimanded Don Dave for using extreme language about extreme temperatures. He accidentally let slip 30 below, and you mentioned how warm it is in Texas. I'm going to have to punish you in the same way. If I hear any more about 70, 80 degrees in February, I'm going to have to drop your audio. But, yeah, that sounds nice.
Well, I hate to just do it to you, but it was 18 below in Lander not very doggone long ago, and I had a beautiful fall and early winter. But Wyoming has 13 seasons. We don't have 4. I mean, they used to say we had 4 seasons. We have almost winter, still winter, and construction.
Yeah.
But now there's a whole nother set, and I'll have to look them up because I can't remember one. But the most important one was sprinter. And that's that in between our 2 days of real spring, we have a sprinter, which is Wyoming can't decide if it has spring or winter. So I'll give you those 13 seasons, Jake, so you can tell people we're in. I think one of them is called fake fall, and another one is called real winter. And anyway, it's
yeah.
We have crazy weather in Wyoming.
What it comes down to is we don't have those shoulder seasons, spring and fall. They almost don't exist. We have an extended summer until it starts snowing. And it seems to be such an abrupt thing that there almost is no fall. And then in the spring hints and flirts with us a little bit, but we don't really ever see it until we're confident it won't snow that day. And we call that summer. So there is never any spring and fall. There's no time for it.
No, I would totally agree. Or we come up with 13 different seasons, and I'll send you that. I don't have it.
We could do that.
My tongue here, but well, Jake, I don't know how much time you give me here, but I love being on your show. But I also wanted to say, when they talk about a major monument in Wyoming, have you had anything on about Dan Starks up in Du Bois and his National Museum of Military Vehicles?
I want to get him.
You really do. That is world class. I'm a museum buff, and the museum in New Orleans on World War II is a must-see museum for all Americans. And it is absolutely breathtaking. And I have to tell you, when Dan started on his museum in Du Bois, I thought to myself, man, he's got a heavy competition there. Well, I think in some ways, he succeeded it because he built it and designed it from the ground up. And it is gigantic. It cost about $150 million. I mean, put your arms around that number. And he has so many military vehicles that he's even got a Russian MiG parked out and back on the ground. Those go for $25 million. But Dan is a good man. He he owned a company called St. Jude's Medical Supply. No connection to St. Jude's Hospital. And he did really well with it in Minnesota. And he bought a summer place in Du Bois. And then Abbott Laboratories came along and made him an offer he couldn't refuse. And so he took all his money and retired to Du Bois, bought a ranch. And then he had bought an Army tank somewhere along the way and just fell in love with vehicles. Suddenly he became the world's largest owner, or the owner of the world's largest collection of private military vehicles.
Yeah.
And then he decided to build a museum around it.
He just thought he needed to share that with the world. He's like, I got all this stuff, and yeah.
But then what he did is he decided, let's not just do the vehicles, let's tell the story around all those vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
So I've talked enough, but man, of Wyoming, it's right there with the Buffalo Bill Center. I mean, it's amazing to have two museums of international stature like that in Wyoming, and we've got them in Du Bois and Cody.
Yeah, it's an amazing complex. If you haven't seen it, it's just 8 miles east of Du Bois. I wonder how many people still are not even aware. You know, they're doing their road travel, and they head out of Du Bois and they're going to Riverton. That's our next stop. And they see this off the side of the road. I mean, you can't miss it. And you think, oh, wow, I got to stop and see this. Just tanks parked out everywhere. And yeah, it's a pretty cool place.
And Dan is such an enthusiastic guy that, boy, if you can land him and have him start talking about the journey he's been on to, he just loves veterans. And he made, of course, Abbott Laboratories got really involved in all the COVID stuff. And so he already was the biggest stockholder in Abbott Laboratories, and I think his stock tripled in price or something. I shouldn't be saying this about him, but Dan's done, let's just say, Brother Dan has done very well. And I got to know Dan and Cynthia early on, and what wonderful people. They've just made such a difference in Du Bois. Man,
I'm going to make a note to myself to, reach out to Dan Starks and get him on the show. It's a great idea. Good suggestion. One last thing. How about Josh Allen? MVP.
I have said this before. I love everything about Josh Allen, and I'm still trying to find out if I'm related to him. I do know he has an aunt whose last name is Sniffen, and I had an old cousin who lived in Fresno, right near where he grew up, and Fireball, California, and he claimed we were distant relatives. So now. Anyway, that'll be my latest claim.
Well, that would be something. Get me a signed jersey if you can make that happen.
Gotta get one for me, but Jake, it's always fun.
Great talking with you, Bill. Thank you. Bill Sniffen joining the show. And we will take a quick break. Come right back with more of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay. Coming up, Brenda Miller. Can't wait. But you'll have to wait 3 minutes from now.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
If you're watching this, I didn't make it. Thanks to people like you and the American Heart Association, my family never had to see this video. I was a healthy 47-year-old, no symptoms. But then my doctor discovered I had a bad heart valve that was beyond repair. The scariest day of my life was when I was sitting on a gurney. Deep down, you know, this could be it. This little heart valve did something really big. It saved my life. I wouldn't be here today without it. The research for this heart valve was funded by the American Heart Association. Since my surgery, I had a son get married. I had a daughter graduate high school. I had another daughter give birth to a precious boy. I would have missed all that. To learn more about the American Heart Association, go to helpheart.org today.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking, now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
Cowboys State Daily Morning Show with Jake. Hour 3 continues into the Zoom room. President of the Wyoming State Snowmobile Association. That's Brenda Miller. Brenda, how are you?
I'm good, Jake. How are you?
It's a snowmobiling kind of day. I'm pretty good. Now, before we even get into any kind of a discussion, I have to make full confessions. I have to come clean about my snowmobiling background and activity.
Okay.
In the presence of presidential material, I feel totally embarrassed to say my snowmobiling career consists of probably an entire bullet point of the things you should not do. I always went out alone. I did not have beacon transceiver. I rarely wore a helmet. I was on this old dilapidated Polaris 500 and I wrecked that thing so many times. I got it stuck so much. I was the world's worst snowmobiler, but I just kept trying. But I loved it. I loved it. I love everything about snowmobile. I just did everything wrong, Brenda. But can I still be in the club?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. You know, we say sometimes if you're not getting stuck, you're not having fun.
Okay.
Some people say that, but I think I have more fun if I don't get stuck because it's a lot of work to get unstuck.
You got that right. I used to go snowmobiling with 2 border collies, and they would run behind me for as long as they could, and then they would get on, and all 3 of us would bog down and get stuck, and it was an adventure.
Sometimes you just have to do whatever you have to do to have a good time.
Well, we love snowmobiling in this state because, quite frankly, for 5 months a year at least, at minimum, it's the only way to get around very often. Tell me about Wyoming State Snowmobile Association. Give me the bird's eye view of what you're doing. I know you're an association of over 17 independent clubs. I know a few of them, great folks, the Snowpokes, the Snowcatters, DuBois Snowcatters, Landers Snowdrifters. I know the Snow Devils here in Jackson where I am. Just great organizations. You kind of bring them all together?
So we do. WSSA was actually created in around 1973 by just 4 or 5 clubs that were in the state at the time. We actually represent about 1,500 snowmobilers across the state now. We work hard to keep our access open on our public lands. Right now, we are working on a bill to actually raise our sticker fees just because the cost of doing business like grooming trails and the cost of helping or Wyoming State Trails to purchase a groomer has gone up significantly. And in order to create more more parking areas and that sort of thing, we need to increase our sticker fee. It hasn't been increased since 2014. So
Yeah.
we're working with the legislature right now on that, and we're hoping that it passes. I know there's some people who don't like that, but I think maybe they don't understand the whole background behind the need to do so.
Yeah, I mean, me personally, I don't like the hassle of having have a sticker for everything I own. I need a sticker on my boat when I go on the water. I need a sticker on my four-wheeler when I go through. I need a sticker. But you know what? That nominal fee pays for so much, and we're lucky to have trail systems that are groomed, that are so extensive, that show you where you're going, because that's another thing I do. I've got lost so many times, Brenda. Oh, my goodness. But it's cool because we can't have that kind of stuff. You can't have fun stuff if somebody doesn't pay for it. And your OSV sticker, that's not going to kill you.
No, not when you consider the price of your snowmobile or your truck or your trailer. You know, back in like 1994, a new snowmobile cost $6,000, and now it's $17,000 to $25,000. Just depends on what you want.
Yeah. Tell me about you got fun scholarship program. I know you dish out a lot of money.
Yep, we actually our state convention is the weekend of March 7th through 9th. The scholarship program came about by one snowmobiler thinking, you know, we need to do something more than just one $500 scholarship as an association. So he went into the bar and he bought a bottle of, I think at the time, peach schnapps. And then he said, brought it back to their convention at that time. And he said, we're going to auction this off. And everybody, it's an all-in bid. Nobody understood what that meant. And what it means is whatever your highest bid is, you pay that amount. So we have raised a ton of money, given out over 200 scholarships through the years. And the scholarships normally range between $3,500 down to $500. I think we have raised like $220,000 or something like that. We've raised a lot of money, and in an hour or so, we raised $20,000 to $35,000 just for our scholarships.
Last year, Fun Days was co-hosted by the DuBois Snowcatters, the Landers Snowdrifters. This year, it's courtesy of Sweetwater Snowpokes helping us out. Fun Days 2025. It's the weekend of March 7, 8, and 9. Where is it, Brenda?
It is going to be in Rock Springs. They have two different rides planned. They have a snowmobile ride, or if you want to bring your four-wheeler side-by-side, they also have a plan to have a ride going through the dunes and around by Superior through the BLM land, which is what we did a couple of years ago when they hosted. And they didn't have any snow when we got there, but we woke up that morning and there was 8 inches of snow on the ground. So, those of us who took our side-by-side, we still had a good time. It was cold.
Yeah, I bet. So there's so many things that Brenda does as president of the Wyoming State Snowmobile Association. We talked about being an advocate on your behalf, making sure snowmobile-friendly Wyoming continues, and that means showing up right now, this time of year with the legislative sessions. There's also education component if you're new to snowmobiling or just need some avalanche training course. Where is the nearest to me? How do I learn about avalanche? What's Safe Rider Checklist? I was looking at that online. What a cool resource. What should you have on you, on your person, on your sled if you're going to go out riding? If I had half that stuff, I might not have been in the trouble I was. Just all kinds of great resources.
Yep, there is. So in Wyoming, we really only have the Bridger-Teton Avalanche Center to do forecasting. So I'm up in the Cody area, and we actually look for our forecasting. We compare to what the forecasting is in Cook City, Montana, out of the Bozeman area. And we're working with State Trails also to do some training for avalanche forecasting. And so our hope for that is that then we can get more forecasting areas around the state of Wyoming. I know down in the Snowies, they look towards the Colorado Avalanche Center to do the forecasting there. And so, Wyoming is a unique state for for our snowmobiling. We do go from corner to corner all through the state for clubs, and we work hard and we have great partnerships with Forest Service, the people that are on the ground. So like the Forest District Ranger for each Forest District, and it's great to have those partnerships, and you all come to the table and work hard to keep our multiple use on public lands open.
Well, it won't be long now. Next month, and the whole snowmobile world will be settling in Jackson Hole, Wyoming for the World Championship hill climb. It's always fun to watch those crazy sled necks go straight up. But it's not all about high marking. However you enjoy your snow machine, that's great. And I'm glad we have somebody like Wyoming State Snowmobile Association working on our behalf. Brenda, how can we help? How can we send you money if we want to go to this big fun days in March 7, 8, and 9? How do we do that? Give us a website.
Yep. If you go out to snowmobilewyoming.org, there is a link on there to sign up for the state convention. And there's all sorts of information out there. And we also are a partnership with the American Council of Snowmobile Associations, which is across the whole snowbelt state. So, yeah, we welcome anybody to come and join us.
All right. I love it. Even me with my with my horrible snowmobile history.
Yeah, stop by the WSSA tent in Jackson at the hill climb, and we'll give you some swag.
I'll do that. Thank you, Brenda, for being on.
You're welcome. Have a great day.
You too. That's Brenda Miller. She's the president, top poobah prez of the whatever the acronym works out.
WSSA, Wyoming State Snowmobile Association.
Got it. All right. Thank you so much, Brenda, for coming on. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back with more of the show right after this.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment. You the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. We're in the third hour, Friday edition. And good to have you with us. This story is just lousy any way you look at it. It's tragic, it's disappointing, and we just hate when this stuff happens. Claire McFarland has a story about a teen girl accused in the Reliance bonfire shooting incident. We heard about this. Claire reported it a day or two ago. We know there was this kegger, as we used to call him in my day, last Saturday night down at the pits. Hey, we got a kegger at the pits. We're going to have a bonfire. We're going to do it up. I mean, it sounds innocent enough, but when you got 16-year-olds gathering outside of the eyes of law enforcement, and you got beer, and you got who knows what else, it's a party spot, and things can get out of hand. I guess things often do. It all begins with alcohol, doesn't it? And I'm not saying alcohol was involved in this. We don't know anything about that. But I do know if you make the choice as a teenager to attend the kegger down at the pits, it might not be the best choice for your life. In this case of a 16-year-old Rock Springs girl, it's a life-altering decision she made to go with her boyfriend to the pits to attend this bonfire last Saturday. It changed the life of Addison Fisher. And this is a promising young lady who had a lot of things going for her, who has a lot of things going for her, but she's suddenly off track now. I'll tell you more about Addison Fisher in a moment, but this 16-year-old is charged as an adult after Sweetwater County Sheriff's investigators said they unraveled what happened Saturday at the kegger, or at the bonfire, as it were. They say they're accusing Fisher of shooting two men who were in a fight with her boyfriend. Shooting incident happened at a party spot outside Reliance. It happened over a truck collided with one. I mean, it was a road rage on the way to the bonfire. The boyfriend somehow gets in an altercation with another driver, and they're bumping trucks, and how we got there isn't really important. It was obvious that by the time they arrived at the party spot, both parties were mad at each other. Hey, you cut me off. Hey, you bumped my truck, etc. They get out of the truck and they go throwing hands. And Addison's boyfriend is getting the worst of it because it's 2-on-1. He picked a fight with two guys. One's allegedly holding him down while the other is punching him. Now, imagine seeing that. You're the girlfriend, and your boyfriend, right or wrong in this altercation, is getting the snot beat out of him. What can you do as a 16-year-old girl? Probably not much physically, but she has access to a firearm. Oh, boy. And here's where more bad decisions tumble on the previous ones. All this allegedly. I'll put myself in the alleged room.
The views and opinions expressed on the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show are solely those of its host and do not necessarily represent those of Cowboy State Daily's reporters, editorial staff, or ownership.
Addison Fisher is accused of taking up said firearm and shooting at the two men beating up her boyfriend. I'll give her this. She doesn't manage to shoot her boyfriend in it, which is the first thing I would think of. If you're not skilled with a firearm, you're more than likely going to hit the boyfriend than the aggressors. I mean, but she does manage to allegedly hit the two Men that were beating up on her boyfriend, hit one in the hand, one in the jaw. 2 counts of aggravated assault is what this 16-year-old is looking at now. As she was brought to Rock Springs Circuit Court, she was released on bail. Investigators made the determination. 2 men were sent to the Memorial Hospital in Sweetwater County, one with a gunshot wound to his neck or jaw area, another had been shot through the hand. It's just tragic. I can understand a lot of things about this as I replay the scenario in my mind. And again, I wasn't there, and I'm just trying to connect dots and making speculations, but we've all probably been to a bonfire party as a teenager. And it was probably hard for Addison Fisher. Right or wrong, whatever started the altercation was probably difficult for her to see her boyfriend getting the worst of it, and felt the only recourse she could is to get a gun. Now, I would have maybe fired a few pops in the air at the most, but Addison Fisher allegedly shoots the 2 men. So the problems compound. And, Addison Fisher, I would not, a lot of folks in the Rock Springs area, I personally like to characterize as gangbanger wannabes. It somehow gravitates to it, some trailer trash elements. These are often the people that are involved in crime in the Sweetwater County and the Rock Springs area. This might not be the case here because Fisher is a promising student in high school. She was looking to complete her high school education a year early. She was going to graduate as a junior. She had a degree in, she wants to get a degree in law and math in college. She's a 4.0 student since grade school. In her own words, she said, I am on the student council. I'm on the varsity track as a sophomore. She's a real track star and loves track. She studies the Olympics. She was all about being, continuing her track and field career in college. She said, I am graduating as a junior. I'm doubled up on classes, but able to maintain my grades even while working a job 18 hours a week, maintaining school, track, and a job. I'm very dedicated and passionate when it comes to track. Track is where my heart is. 4.0 student with a passion for track and field. And that was her kind of pitch to colleges as she was looking for her advanced education career. All that derailed now in one night. Saturday night in Reliance at the bonfire. It's all about choices. And she's, this young lady is too young to have her life go a different path. But we'll see what goes on in the justice system. Claire McFarland has that story in the Cowboy State Daily. It's out there now today. Other stories we're following this morning, not necessarily in the Cowboy State Daily, but I thought this was of interest out there in the world, in the stratosphere. Besides Taco Bell going cashless, it's the woke world continues. I think the pendulum we all feel is shifting, swinging the other way in the U.S. as far as the wokeness and stuff. Maybe not so in merry old England. This story from the Telegraph over there overseas in the UK. Drama students at the University of the West of England, UWE, are being warned of trigger warnings regarding the works of Shakespeare. These students who are studying drama, studying Shakespeare, the greatest playwright ever, they're reading and performing the works of Shakespeare. The university saw fit to warn the kids before they even take a class that there are more than 200 trigger warnings in the works of Shakespeare. They include things that may be warnings for blood or the sight of blood, psychological trauma in Macbeth. Well, I would think so. Yeah, that's a little twisted. Storms or extreme weather in The Tempest. That's a trigger warning, according to the University of West England. These poor kids, these poor college kids don't know what they're getting into studying Shakespeare. You couldn't be exposed to one of some 229 triggers studying the works of Shakespeare, including the, I quote, popping of balloons. Be careful what your triggers are. I hope you get through your Shakespeare study safely. My goodness. Is the USDA outgoing, I should say, ex-USDA Inspector General Phyllis Fong, is she really guilty of trumping up this whole bird flu thing in order to artificially inflate the poultry and egg prices in the U.S.? Have you tried to buy an egg lately? I love the memes about Halloween. You know, back in the day of Halloween, we used to egg a house. Think of all the wasted money now. Egging that house. Yeah, eggs and chicken prices up mainly because the discovery of certain bird flus and mutating bird flus, and we had to wipe out entire flocks. And there is a Snopes rumor. Apparently Snopes has, if you don't know what Snopes is, it's a place you can go on the internet where they either confirm or sniff out fake rumors. Is it true or is it fake news? Snopes will supposedly tell you. Snopes says this is not true, but there might be something to it, because here's what happened. USDA Inspector General Phyllis Fong, under her leadership, this whole thing began, this mass extermination of poultry. Did she order it? And did she order it because she was trying to stamp out any bird flu infection from spreading? Or did she order it because she has stock in eggs? Because what it did was make eggs and poultry more expensive. That's the accusation. Now, there's no evidence that would link Fong to orders to mass exterminate these poultry. But I'll tell you this, she was fired by Donald Trump. One of the first days he got in the office, he said, Inspector General Fong, you're fired. She initially refused to leave her office, and she was escorted out by security. And there are rumors blowing around now that former USDA Inspector General Phyllis Fong ordered the mass extermination of a whole mess of chickens that weren't infected with anything. That's the rumor. All right, we got a rodeo, and I'll take a quick break to do that. It's the Western Ag Network's Rodeo Roadshow with Will.
It's the Rodeo Roadshow on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. Yesterday, we talked with world champion saddle bronc rider Jacobs Crawley about his injury and how the doctors told him he'd never come back. Today, we talk about his comeback. It's nearly a miracle. Jacobs Crawley, world champion saddle bronc rider and chairman of the board of Professional Rodeo. On the Roadshow, coming up next.
Ranchers, calving is one of the most important times on your ranch. So give yourself a little peace of mind and let Western Ranch Supply be your calving headquarters. Hi, this is Shane. From calf sleds and calf warmers to colostrum, electrolyte solutions and milk replacer. After all, profitability starts with a live calf. We also have the largest selection of ear tags at the best prices around. Western Ranch Supply, your calving supply headquarters. 7305 Entryway Drive in Billings or online at westernranchsupply.com.
Every year, humic loss makes it harder for crops to absorb applied nutrients. Resurge from Helena is a low-dust granule that delivers humic compounds to improve nutrient uptake and plant growth. The Resurge granule's superior hardness and uniformity withstands pneumatic applications, allowing for even distribution in your fertilizer and across the acre. Energize your soil and elevate your crops. Contact your Helena representative to learn more. Always follow label instructions and check registration status before use.
It was coming to the time they were going to take all the hardware out just to see if, because even though it had healed, like it still was kind of a, not pain, but just irritation in my back, the stuff, all the hardware. So they're going to take it out and schedule take it out. And the doctor said, hey, once we take this out, you can never get on again. And because your back will just be too weak right there. And so I said, well, I'd like to find out, because I felt good. And my wife and I prayed about it and said, yeah, you're going to have to find out. And so called Mark Eakin here in Charleston. I got on a horse 2 days later. I hadn't been sitting in my saddle. I wasn't ready, like nothing. And it felt great. Didn't feel anything in my back. And we were still pretty cautious, like, okay, well, maybe get on next week. So I got on next week. And then I got on the next week. And then after about 6 or 7 horses, it was like, okay, this is yet to feel anything in your back. So is this a real thing or not, So, and then a month later, here we are rodeoing.
Jacobs Crawley is no dummy. He has a engineering degree from Texas A&M University. His dad was an engineer, a brilliant man, and he's a world champion saddle bronc rider, and I'm glad to see him back and rodeoing. On the Rodeo Roadshow, I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Daily morning show with Jake. Now, back to the show.
Show continues hour 3 and into the Zoom room. Wendy, sorry, Wendy, my Zoom room closed somehow, and then I was.
Oh no!
I got all kinds of excuses. You ready?
That's all right. I'm like, I'm here. Hi.
What's happening?
Hi. Hey, it's Friday. It's a good Friday. It's going to be a great Friday.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm glad the cold snap is over and glad to have that behind all of us.
It's the Friday before Super Bowl, so I got to ask you for your pick. I've been asking everybody what they're going to do.
The Chiefs are a juggernaut. I just don't know that. I mean, I know everybody's got high hopes for the Eagles, but I don't know that you can beat Patrick Mahomes.
Yeah, coining the phrase, I think, was Jen Coker. They're unlosable at this point, and it kind of looks that way. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, we're going to put you down for the Chiefs. Other side bets, what is the first song that's going to be played by Kendrick Lamar? And your next question is, who's Kendrick Lamar?
There you go.
Yeah.
You picked it. Just pulled it right out of my head. No clue.
I don't know about this halftime entertainment choice.
I'll be completely tuned out of it.
Yeah.
I love a good game. I love a good football game, and I enjoy the heck out of the commercials. And so it's always an entertaining time. Super Bowl, it's just grand. But no, I haven't watched a Super Bowl halftime show in years, so I just won't. It's just not my kind of music usually.
We could build a rainbow about the responses we've got to this final question. The side bet of all side bets that Las Vegas is taking money on, if you want to do it. What color will be the Gatorade spilled on the winning coach?
Green.
Okay, we'll put you down for green. We have 2 greens, a red, a purple. Very good. Good to know.
That's hilarious. I can't believe that Vegas is taking bets on that.
Hey, if it's money, it's all green to Las Vegas, right?
That's right. That's right. Exactly.
How about our very own Josh Allen, speaking of football, MVP? Couldn't have happened to a better guy.
Woohoo! I'm so excited. Speaking of football and side bets, I thought you were honestly going to ask me that the side bet was how many times are they going to show Taylor Swift on
that would be a good one.
That was something, but it irks me because I love Haley Steinfeld, and it just like, why not give her some love too when it's a Bills game? But maybe she's just fine without it.
To me, and we talked about that earlier this morning, I saw a photo of them from the event last night, and they're just so classy. They're both in black. They just make a great couple. Not that Taylor and Kelsey don't or whoever, but
whoever.
they're another NFL couple that keep it on the down low, which I appreciate.
Yeah, I like it when a celebrity couple that you don't have anything to talk about a celebrity couple. That's always a good thing, unless it's good stuff.
What's in the news that's rocking your boat, floating your boat?
Well, I'm actually gonna plug the podcast for tomorrow.
Yes.
So yes, Eli Bebout, longtime legislator.
Ooh.
I don't know that he's the only one, but he served 14 years in the House and he served 14 years in the Senate and achieved the leadership position in both before he switched over. And so he's got such a wealth of knowledge about Wyoming. And also, I mean, he's a Wyoming treasure. He and his sister and his brother both went on to make their mark in the world. His brother was an NFL player, and his sister, Ruby Calvert, she's got a major leadership position at public radio, like national public radio, and was head of Wyoming Public Radio for a long time. So just a really great family. And so Eli and I had a fun conversation, and that's who I will be talking to tomorrow morning when you guys tune in to the podcast, because everybody's tuning into the podcast, right?
So very cool. Eli Bebout should be my choice for the Wyoming Mount Rushmore to be on there. I'm like, he is
my gosh,
king of Wyoming.
Who do you have so far as the picks for that?
You and me.
Oh, okay, I'll take it. Yeah.
We got to hit top of the hour, which means more Wendy Core. It's going to be Wendy doing the news next. Thanks, Wendy, for popping on.
You
Cowboy
bet.
State Daily Show continues right after the news break. See you on the other side.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, February 7th. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming for Friday, February 7th. From the Cowboys.
You don't get any federal funding if you're going to allow this cross-sex participation into women's sports. The NCAA says, well, here's our new policy in compliance with that. And UW said we're going to have no problem complying. They never explicitly linked their forfeitures of games against San Jose State University, which had a trans player. They never linked that to the whole transgender controversy, but it certainly does back up what they're now saying about being able to comply with the NCAA ban.
Proposed laws to ban male participation in female-designated sports are still pending in Congress. 3 more similar bills are pending in the Wyoming legislature as well. 2 separate committees in the Wyoming legislature voted down matching bills on Wednesday night that would have banned all voting machines and required hand-count elections in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Leah Wolfson reports that a House committee voted the bill down 8-1, while the same Senate committee did not take a vote on a matching bill at all.
The House Corporations, Elections, and Political Subdivisions Committee has been very open to bills kind of like this, but this one was just truly not up to snuff. It went before both the Senate and the House versions of this committee last night, both of them into the wee hours of the night. There was very vague details given about what it would actually take to implement this, the cost figures, the amount of time it would take to count ballots. All of these things were really never answered in very concrete terms.
The topic of banning voting machines and implementing hand count elections will be referred for consideration in this summer's interim session. Well, some trespassing hunters are becoming so brazen, Wyoming ranchers fear having guns pulled on them. Representative Bill Allemond of Midwest told the Wyoming House Agriculture, State and Public Land and Water Resources Committee on Thursday that if something isn't done to curb trespassing, he fears there will be, quote, shootouts and blood on the prairie. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that despite that testimony, House Bill 109, which proposed taking away trespassers' hunting, fishing, and trapping privileges for 2 years, died in the committee.
He said there's been some ranchers that are sincerely worried about having pistols pulled on them. People are emphasizing this isn't hunters in general. Apparently, there's a few really bad actors, and if they get caught trespassing, instead of apologizing and leaving, they get belligerent. This bill is dead and gone, but my inclination is that this issue of trespassing, how to resolve this and how to manage it, probably isn't going away.
In addition to threats of violence, ranchers have complained about trespassers cutting their fences and locks on their gates and leaving trash scattered on their property. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Are you fabulous and 55? Are you ready to use your valuable time and talent to give back? Join Serve Wyoming through the AmeriCorps Seniors Retired and Senior Volunteer Program, or RSVP, and make a positive impact on your community. With a lifetime of skill and experience, you're exactly who your community needs. Whether you're itching to lend a hand or your organization could use some extra support, we've got you covered. Call Trish at Serve Wyoming at RSVP or servewyoming.org.
Well, for those tired of the dark, dreary days of winter, February is the month of optimism. That's because this is the month where the most sunlight of the year is gained. Yes, June has much more sunlight than February, but February is where we see the biggest increase, especially in Wyoming. That's according to Cowboy State Daily's Jimmy Orr.
A lot of the stories that we do, Wendy, are based on messages and letters and emails that we get from our readers. And somebody was complaining about our long winter in Wyoming. Well, if you're from Wyoming, you know we do have long winters, and that's part of the deal. This is a month that gets the biggest increase of sunlight at one time. It's all about the latitude, and the higher up you are, the more you get this time of year, and the reverse in the fall. And so the winners in Wyoming are Grable and Cody, and they get the most with an hour and 19 minutes of fresh, new sunlight in February.
However, although the days will appear longer, we're also at the time of year when Wyoming starts to see more wintry weather. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting the daily newsletter button on cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Corr for Cowboy State Daily.
Cowboy State Daily continues hour 4, final hour, and a final Friday. So this is it. 60 minutes to the finish line, and then we'll give you the weekend off. There's no rest for the lawmakers down in Cheyenne. It's getting rowdy down there, and Leo Wolfson joins the Zoom room. Leo, we had Senator Guru on earlier this morning, and he's got his wrist all busted. I guess he mixed it up with some Freedom Caucus House guys, and it gets crazy between the Senate. This is my impression of how the session's going, the 68th session. It's just wild. People like throwing gavels around, or is it? No.
No, not so much. I was not aware that's how Senator Guru hurt his appendage. I also thought it was more of a spill down some stairs, perhaps. But
could have been that.
I don't want to ruin a good story, so
right.
I'll leave it at that. But no, a lot of the tensions are flaring in more of like a verbal sort of sense. I think people are starting to kind of lose their patience a little bit. We saw that on the House floor yesterday. People calling some interesting kind of some obscure rules to stop debate on a certain bill. The debate had gone on for more than an hour, and people were just had enough, and they called to end the debate with a 2/3 vote. And then just kind of criticizing some of the types of arguments that people are making, just kind of by the way they're structuring their argument. We had a point of order over that. Representative Rodriguez-Williams accusing Representative Jarvis of kind of bringing up her past working and teaching too much was basically the criticism. So yeah, I think we're starting to see the tensions flare a little bit, and the weekend's here, so people will cool down, but we still got a few more weeks to go here. We're only just barely at the halfway point, so things are going to be getting even more spicy.
When you do see a little bit of conflict, is it any one thing? Is it a partisan issue? Is it the feel of outside influence and lobbyists? And what is it? Any one thing, or just all different kinds of things?
I think it's just all different kinds of things, and people wanting to see their individual causes get across the finish line, and the constant pull and tug of politics. Representative John Baer, however, did pen an op-ed yesterday criticizing other lawmakers of acting like lobbyists for state agencies in their crafting of the budget, or the amendments they're trying to make to the budget. And that was kind of an interesting theory, interesting comment, because he's basically trying to argue that these people are more concerned with, representing the Department of Health or the Department of Education more than anything else. And it's just an interesting debate to be making. So yeah, I mean, it's a spirited thing. The Wyoming legislature is fast and furious. It's the second shortest legislature in the country, I believe. But I would not say that's a result. That's not a reflection at all that people are not working hard. In fact, I think it's literally the opposite. Because it's so short, they're putting in very long days and they're grinding it out. And it's a very short but intense session, and you see that with the emotions as well.
Let's take a look at a few specifics, looking at your stories, Leo, that you filed recently. Try to walk back and explain what's going on with this Senate joint resolution. Early in the day, it failed, and then we have a switch and a vote, and we found another guy who didn't vote. Tim French shows up, and now we get a 16-15 razor-thin vote to approve what is essentially, I mean, first tell me a resolution. This is not binding lawmaking, and an example really of posturing, saying state wants all the federal land back except for Yellowstone. I mean, what does this mean? This is a pipe dream. And why did Senator Ogden Driscoll switcheroo? Do we know?
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know why he switched on it yet. I'll put that out there right away. But I have some personal theories. What this resolution would do is demand Congress to turn over all federal lands in Wyoming except for Yellowstone National Park. So this would include Grand Teton National Park. It would include Devil's Tower National Monument and all the BLM and other Bureau of Reclamation land that exists in Wyoming. In addition to that, it's a bold ask, to say the least, and it is nothing more than an ask. It doesn't actually literally do anything from a practicality standpoint. It's just kind of making a hard stand, and it's kind of interesting to see. You see these resolutions every year, but they don't always have so much success. So what happened was, originally this resolution died on first reading in the Senate, a 16-14 vote. It was everyone thought it was done. We had like 4 different outdoor wildlife advocacy organizations put out press releases celebrating that it had gotten defeated. So it's not just me jumping the gun by any means. And then without warning, it came back up later in the day. And I got to say, Senator Ogden Driscoll, he voted against it on the first vote. And I would say that actually him voting against it on the first vote was actually more of a surprise than the second vote. He owns property. His family owns property at the base of Devil's Tower. So they're very intimate and aware of this issue. And I'd be surprised if he actually would be against this resolution. Talking to a few lawmakers, a theory I've heard is that since Senator Tim French was not there for the first vote, he was very ill. Some people joke that he was on his deathbed. He also voted in support of the resolution. So they pulled him out of his bed and they got him to come out and take the second vote, is my theory. And this is completely unproven, so I'm putting it out there. But my theory is that Ogden actually purposely voted no on the first go around so he could keep it alive for a second vote. You have to have somebody on the team that basically won. The team that won to call for a repeat vote. So basically you have to have somebody change their mind, want to call for the vote, long story short. So my theory is, and this might be wrong, but I think Ogden was playing a little bit of the rules there and knowing that they could pull Tim French out of bed. That is maybe what happened there.
Could be. Again, though, that's something being discussed in Cheyenne that probably has no end game and no nothing was going to materialize. Similar to my opinion about the two bills to ban voting machines. I can't believe we would walk back tech. Now, voting machines serve a purpose. Hand counting ballots could be prone to human error as well as the machines misreading ballots. And we're talking about an added expense. We got all these fancy voting machines. We're going to throw them in the scrapyard and we're going to pay volunteers to hand count votes. Legislators did cite costs as one of the reasons to strike these two bills down that would have banned voting machines and mandated hand count in elections. Look like that's not going to happen.
Yeah, I'd say very safe to say that these bills are dead for this year. There was just a lack of concrete cost. There was a lack of concrete time provided for what it would take to count these ballots. There was really no organized plan at all for who would count all of these ballots. Currently, county clerks already struggle to get election judges every year. They would need many more people on hand to count all of these ballots. And like I said, there was really no plan of any kind provided as to where these people would all come from out of the woodwork. And, furthermore, like I said, there just was kind of a lack of this is exactly what it would look like in every detail. There was almost a complete lack of that. The supporters were really just saying, trust us, it's going to be cheaper, or relatively cheap, or relatively easy, and just trust us. So, those bills died pretty resoundingly. Interesting effort, though, to see if Wyoming had gone forward with this, it would have been the first state in the country to ban election machines and go back to hand counting. Wyoming has been using some form of voting machines since the 1950s, and this would certainly be going back in time in regards to that. But if nothing else, it was a very interesting discussion. It got national news attention. I could tell you that for a fact. And I think this will probably come up in some shape or form in the future, but I don't know. There's going to be a lot of ends that need filling, so to speak, before this goes anywhere.
Yeah, lack of a concrete vision and maybe that bill not quite ready for prime time. Same thing with, I think, lack of a concrete vision in what House Bill 106 would do, yet it keeps chugging on. Steve Harshman's idea of creating a monument to America, which I purposely mistook as, Wyoming's version of Mount Rushmore. It's not going to be about Wyoming. This is honoring in America for the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence, which don't look now, but it's going to be here in 2026. How could we, if this House Bill 106 passes, and Harshman admits, I don't even know what this might look like. It might be a mountain. It might be a sculpture garden. We don't know what it is. Detractors of this bill say, well, if we don't know what it is now, how are we ever going to get it ready in time for 2026, July 4th? But this thing's got some traction. What is the general hubbub about House Bill 106? What do people think?
Yeah, and your Rushmore comparison is actually not off base. Originally, this bill stated that it would be as big as Rushmore. So that was kind of the model template. They took that out of the bill yesterday, which I think gives it probably a much more a better chance of moving forward. That's a pretty high bar to make. But yeah, it's supposed to be a national monument recognizing the 250th anniversary. We don't know how small or big it's going to be. And all Harshman's bill does is create a group, a task force to study this and look into, how we could make this happen in Wyoming. I think it's a very exciting thing. I think a lot of Americans in Wyomingites get excited about the idea of celebrating America's heritage, and especially you don't see a new national monument pop up every day. In fact, I think that's something we saw just a lot more of like 100 years ago or 200 years ago is when a lot of these type things were being created. So it's something out of the box. To be honest, this bill is going to definitely have an uphill battle to pass into law. The House has certainly shown a propensity to not be supporting things like this session. They are taking a very fine-tooth comb to the budget, and they are not looking to increase expenditures. The creation of the task force would cost $40,000 a year, basically just to host their meetings and such. And there was a lot of discussion yesterday about why do we need a task force for this? Couldn't we just discuss this informally or get private people to get involved? So there's going to be some challenges that this bill needs, but it's an exciting idea nonetheless. And I can tell you, there's so much division and so much animosity at the Capitol Capitol. We were just talking about it a few minutes ago. This is a beautiful departure from that. And I think the mood in the room when they were talking about this bill was very uplifting. Jokes were being made and a lot of smiles. So it's nice to see bills like this, and I think we need bills like this that are just a little bit more color, so to speak, and just letting people kind of have some fun to a certain extent is critical for the legislative process, because we're all human beings at the end of the day, and we all kind of want to have a little fun occasionally, at least, even the most bureaucratic of bureaucrats. So it's kind of nice to see efforts like this, even if it doesn't pass into law.
Everybody needs to take a breath, take a pause every now and then. Yeah, for sure. Two more things that are of interest to me, Leo. I thought it was interesting. The House advanced a bill to make the Attorney General position an elected position, not one appointed by the governor. I have my opinions about it. I don't know where you would need a party affiliation to be an AG and why it matters. Same thing for being a county sheriff, for that matter. And I wonder if you elect a governor who's this political bent and an AG who's this political, they have to work so closely hand in hand. And if they can't, that creates a problem. I don't like the idea personally of electing an AG, and I don't know the electorate even knows the qualifications to elect an AG and what the Attorney General does. But Wyoming's one of the few states where you don't elect your Attorney General. How's this bill doing?
Yeah, interesting bill to say the least. Basically, it would make the public elect our AG for every election cycle, every 4 years. And currently, the AG is appointed by the governor. And although they don't have an official party, letter by their names, it's pretty unspoken that they share the party of the governor. So Attorney General Bridget Hill, I think, is kind of unspoken Republican, so to speak. But yeah, it certainly would make the office much, much more political. They would be campaigning and soliciting donations, and basically by virtue of that, kind of establishing some loyalty there. And I think that some people have some legitimate concerns about that, how that would interfere with their ability to practice law and do what's best for the state rather than pushing their own interests. Another joke that was kind of made, or not so much of a joke, but a lot of people referred to the fact that the AG that is elected in many other states is kind of it's so to speak, the governor in waiting. It's looked at as a stepping stone job to become the governor, kind of the next step. And there's a lot of concern also expressed about the person who becomes AG just being more concerned about that future run. But there's other arguments that could be made. Supporters of this bill were saying that maybe the AG should be independent for the governor. Maybe the AG shouldn't just be serving at the discretion of the governor and just doing what the governor wants. The ineptus for this bill is that a lot of members of the Wyoming Freedom Caucus have expressed frustration that Wyoming has not entered into more lawsuits, and also criticized their performance in said lawsuits that they do participate in. They believe they're just not being aggressive enough. So this, I think, is kind of a reaction to that. It would not go in effect, though, however, until the current governor, his term is over in 2026. Yeah, I see both sides of it. I think there's legitimate pros and cons. It'll be very interesting to see what happens.
Well, the biggest shocker really to come out of the session is, for a few years now, lawmakers have been sent to the capital city with one expressed job. You've got to give us property tax relief. And every year they've tried something, and for some reason they don't get it done. Wow. This is not only getting it done, this is the biggest property tax cut in the state's history, 50% cut in property tax with no makeup, no backfill for the lost revenue. This thing is moving.
Yeah, the bill you're referring to is Senate File 69, and that's what I see as having probably the best chance of getting across the finish line. There's still a number of property tax bills that are alive and breathing right now, and theoretically could as well. But it's going to get really tricky if we start having some of these tax bills stack up on top of each other. I don't think many people want that. I think it needs at least a clear-cut approach. But yeah, 50% no backfill for local governments or schools. And it's a hot button bill, that's for sure. The House passed their own bill a couple of weeks ago, actually, House Bill 169. It's similar, 50% as well, except it has a backfill. It does provide a backfill for a lot of these local sources, and it's kind of interesting to see the Senate's going more aggressively after that, since I would consider the House to be a little bit more of a conservative body. But yeah, there's all sorts of other proposals being made. And I think at the end of the day, when they look back at Wyoming history 20 to 30 years down the road from now, I think this is the time, the era that people are going to look at it is when the legislature started really reforming property taxes and taxes in general in Wyoming. I think this is going to be kind of that marker when the real discussions on that are, I mean, there's still things that are going to take place over the next 5 years that are still yet to take place. But I think that's how people are going to look at this time frame in history, is that this is when Wyoming really redid their tax structure. And I think this is the very first early steps of that.
There you go. Well, I'll be interested to see how it changes now with the turn flipping chambers now. We'll find out what kind of House stuff, how it plays in the adult room over in the Senate and vice versa. And then we're going to see what ends up on the governor's desk. So it's just starting to get fun, right, Leo?
That's right. The fun's just started.
Oh, man. Thanks for joining us, buddy. I appreciate it.
Thanks, Jake.
You have fun down there in Cheyenne. Leo Wolfson, Cowboy State Daily, covering the politics of the state. Let's take a quick break, and we'll be right back with more, including this day in Wyoming history. Cowboy State Daily Show continues this Friday.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
One more time before you wake up in the wild. In your eyes, I see a flower slowly dying.
Together with the Nature Conservancy, you have the power to make a difference. For unspoiled nature, for beautiful wildlife, and for people everywhere. Together, we can find a way to ensure that all life on Earth can thrive.
Oh, in the wild, you're gonna make it. The moonlight is here to take you.
Our natural world needs us now. Every day, we lose more lands, waters, and the wild species that depend on them. To learn more, visit nature.org today.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or a warm meal to eat, or whether anyone cares about them.
But the reality is, 1 in 10 young adults will experience a form of homelessness this year.
But the good news is, there's an organization making a big difference. Covenant House.
For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and the tools they need to succeed in life.
I have no words to express how Covenant House changed my life. They just really genuinely just wanted to help me succeed, and I'm succeeding.
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America.
To learn more, go to covenanthouse.org today. Thank you for caring.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
Cowboy State Daily Show continues, final hour on this Friday, and thank you so much for making us part of your daily routine. This next topic is really tough, and I say that because I am someone who is rarely conflicted about an opinion. I can find an opinion usually very easily, very quickly. And yeah, that's my downfall. Believe me, I hear it all the time from the wife. You're too opinionated. And being opinionated is good, I guess, if you're a talk show host, because, I mean, it creates for a little something in the, show. But I'm not sure where my opinion comes down on this one. I find myself flip-flopping, unable to decide. I read one side's argument and I'm like, whoa, that sounds really good. And I read Rod Miller's opinion piece on it and I'm like, he makes sense. Yes. And then I read the other side's argument and I'm like, they got a good point. And I read Tom Lubnau's opinion piece. I'm like, man, he makes really good sense. And I just don't know where to go. Where are you on this whole House Bill 194? And let me flesh it out for you, because I'm sure you don't just have the index of bills right there in front of you. Hopefully, definitely, if you're driving, you don't. House Bill 194, they're talking about it in the House Judiciary Committee. Fremont County Library Director was publicly reprimanded, by the way, after speaking against this so-called obscenity bill. That's only part of the story, by the way. First, let me find... I want to find like the whole overarching House bill story. This is just one piece of it about the library that gave testimony and she got wrist slapped for the way she did it. The bill, the obscenity bill, would not allow librarians to enjoy their current protection for essentially soliciting obscenity to minors. If it becomes law, House Bill 194 would criminalize exposing minors to obscenity under a broader and less flexible definition than the current Wyoming law already contains. It would also change the law so that prosecutors could charge librarians and educators with crimes for exposing people to obscenities. They cannot do so now if such people were acting within the scope of their job. So this all comes from controversial books. And we don't have to dig into what books those are, but there are books out there. Everybody's going to have an opinion on books. And there are books out there that deal with adolescent struggles with sexuality, maybe same-sex attraction, and some of these books are explicit enough that they may be appropriate for a 16-year-old, let's say, but maybe not for a 13-year-old. maybe not for either. In fact, the author of one of these books admitted that, my material might not be the best for young people. So without getting into what books we're talking about and what deserves to be on the shelves of the library, I'm interested in what people think about whose responsibility it is as far as what comes across the eyes of your teenager. And there needs to be some parents involved, I think. Now, for Fremont, this, by the way, is Fremont County Library, Marta Mossberg. She gave testimony regarding House Bill 184, and she got yelled at. She got reprimanded for not clarifying she was giving testimony as just a citizen and not a librarian. And right there should tell you, well, that's a big crux. That's the crux to the issue. Because if Mossberg, as a private citizen, gave one of these books we're talking about that's considered smut, that's considered material, sexually explicit material that a minor should not be exposed to. If Mossberg, as a regular citizen, said, here's this book, I think you'll enjoy it, she could be prosecuted. If she did it as a librarian and said, what kind of book are you looking for? Oh, it's on that shelf there. She's working within her scope as a librarian. She could not be prosecuted. They're both doing the same thing. They're soliciting, or they're helping access minors to obscene books. House Bill 194. It's really contentious because I bristle when I hear anything that gets close to book burning. I mean, there's people that want to go rewrite history. There's people that want Huck Finn pulled off the shelf, Mark Twain, like classic literary pieces of work. They want those pulled off the shelves for whatever reason, because they contain content that is not politically correct in this day and age. Where do you stop? Where does it end when you burn one book? You got to burn them all. Where does it stop? The witch hunt, the book burning. I get real sketchy when it comes to that. Like, what book is good? What book is bad? It gets a little funny. Let's just expose you to anything you want, and you make those decisions, hopefully the correct ones. Rod Miller, Tom Lubnaugh with two very interesting opinion pieces on this subject, and they couldn't be further apart. Rod Miller calls it Freedom Caucus pearl clutching. When House Bill 194, the obscenity bill, gets put down, he said it boils down to this. If you don't want to read a book, don't read it. If you don't want your minor children reading a book, don't let them read it. Libraries don't force feed anything to anyone. Stepping into a library is a voluntary act. These are the words of Rod Miller. Taking a book from a shelf, taking your kids to a library is a voluntary act. Monitoring their intellectual inputs to keep them from learning things you don't want them to know. That's called parenting. Be a parent, for God's sake, says Rod Miller. Don't count on the state to legislate it for you, but mandating what anyone else or their kids can read is puritanical tyranny and way above your pay grade. I read that and I think Rod Miller's right. This is a personal decision on what you read, what you're exposed to. You're making a choice to expose yourself to that book. In fact, if it's not on the library shelf, just removing it from the library does not remove it from the reach of your teenager. I mean, If they don't find it in the library, they can find it online. Everybody's got a cell phone. You can access any book. Any 15-year-old can go call up a book on Amazon and purchase the Kindle version. I mean, it's not the library's fault or the librarian's fault. So all that makes sense. And then I read Tom Lubnau's opinion piece. And he says, in every instance I'm aware of, concerned parents have wanted the books their children are exposed to in school and public libraries to be age appropriate. It's just common sense, Tom says. They're not advocating the banning of books. They're just saying, don't put them on shelves and have them accessible to young children. Or in some instances, older, material meant for an older student is accessible by any age student. Nobody's talking about banning books, Lubnau says. These books are readily available in bookstores. They're even on cell phones. Chelsea Collier, member of the Campbell County Library Board in Gillette for the last 3 years, an educator as well, laid out the issue pretty clearly Monday for the House Judiciary Committee. She said, currently, if I as an adult in our community give a minor one of these so-called sexually explicit books, I can be charged with disseminating obscenity to children. However, if I do it as a librarian or as an educator, I can walk away scot-free. This is the issue with House Bill 194. And whether we want to expand some current Wyoming restrictions on the whole book thing, it's super controversial. I think, can many of us agree that we as a society have become, in general, way too promiscuous and permissive with the materials that we expose ourselves to? Adults, books, movies, TV shows. This is not Howdy Doody anymore. This is not your 1960s sitcoms anymore when you turn on the TV. The stuff we can access now today, whether it's books, magazines, podcasts. We've gone from G-rated to we're in a PG-13 and up society. And maybe it wouldn't be a bad idea to just clean up our own act. But then, what's good for you may not be good for him, her. It's a tough call. House Bill 194, and it's the reason why they're still banging heads over this in the Wyoming's House Judiciary Committee. Very interesting. And again, I don't know where I fall in this. If it's up to me, I would make decisions on what book I thought a kid shouldn't read. But that would be a kid in my mind. That would be my kid. And it may not be yours. So maybe I shouldn't be doing that. Maybe I say, hey, put the books up there and let parents do some parenting. Tough. Let's move from that to something easier, something that's already happened, something that's written in stone. It's this day in history. February 7th, 1872, snow continued to prevent trains from being able to move between Cheyenne and Denver as they had since December 20th. Yeah, mark that, 1872, this day, it started snowing in Wyoming, and the trains could not roll from Cheyenne to Denver, an important spur route there. And they could not do so right through Christmas break, right through all of January, and into February 7th. Trains continued to be unable to run due to snow. 1872, that winter, one of the worst of all times. 1879, Major Reno was cleared on any misconduct in relation to the Battle of the Little Bighorn. February 7th, 1888, territorial legislature passed a petition to Congress to organize as a state. We know where that ended up. Happy birthday, Wyoming. This day, 1902, Casper's town council legalizes gambling in Casper. The legislature would later regulate and largely outlaw gambling statewide, but gambling in Casper remained an open activity well into the 1950s. At least one bar in town ran a gambling board for betting on sports. Casper, the betting capital of Wyoming. In the first 5 decades of the 1900s. This day, 1908, Jewel Cave in South Dakota was declared a national monument by Teddy Roosevelt. South Dakota, what does that got to do with Wyoming? How'd that slip in here? This is not necessarily a Wyoming-ist story, but it shows you it affected Wyoming. It shows you the enormity, the influence of World War II. I mean, most of us, this generation, we have not known a conflict like a world war. World War I, World War II, they're distant memories for most of us. There are barely any of us left that lived through World War II. We have conflicts now, but the U.S. has not declared war on anyone. There's not been a world war, but imagine 1942, the federal government ordered passenger car production stopped and converted to wartime purposes. Imagine that today. Federal government telling Ford, stop making pickup trucks, start making tanks. We're at war. Wow. A year later, on this day, the U.S. begins the rationing of shoes. You were told how many pairs of shoes you could buy. Can't imagine a time like that. World War II in the 1940s. This day in 1994, magnitude 4.8 earthquake occurred about 96 miles outside of Evanston. All these things happen on this day in history. We're going to take our final break of the show and be back with a stretch run. It's the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake continues.
When it comes to making plans, you are the best. Those 9 months were also 273 days of planning. What about your daughter's first costume party? It was out of this world. And let's not forget those barbecues you plan in detail for your family and your more vegetarian by the day best friends. That surprise party for your parents' golden anniversary? You get the golden planning. The same way you plan each detail for those moments, start planning to protect you and your loved ones from a natural disaster. Sign up for local weather and emergency alerts. Prepare an emergency kit and make a family communications plan. Protecting your family is the best plan you can make.
Year after year, we continue to serve new neighbors across our state.
For over 40 years, our trust in wealth management services have grown our roots in Casper.
And now we're excited to have offices in 3 Wyoming cities.
We're here to help you achieve your financial goals
and provide the kind of service that you expect from a Wyoming business.
Because at Hilltop Bank, community means Wyoming.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
What is the Religious Freedom Restoration Act, and why does Wyoming need it? In 1990, the U.S. Supreme Court tried to give government more power to step into the First Amendment religious rights of Americans. That decision concerned so many people that in 1993, Congress passed legislation called the Religious Freedom Restoration Act. that happened in a nearly unanimous bipartisan vote. This legislation simply returned cases on religious freedom to the long-held standard that the Supreme Court had tried to overturn. Since that legislation only applied to the federal government, it was also determined that each state should pass its own laws protecting religious freedom. Since then, 28 other states have passed these kind of laws, and even more have court opinions providing similar protections. Sadly, Wyoming is not one of them. It's time for Wyoming to defend the First Amendment and pass a Wyoming Religious Freedom Restoration Act.
Final segment of the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. This story from Claire McFarland following up just a sad, tragic occurrence in Sheridan. Remember going back last summer, I think it was last July, when a well-known, beloved hockey coach in the Sheridan area was killed. A one-punch, what some call sucker punch, manslaughter case. All of it over a needless dispute, a fight over a parking space at the Sheridan YO Rodeo. Why? Senseless, needless. Two men involved with a fight over who got to a parking space first. Cody McCullough, who turns 35 this year, is facing up to 20 years if convicted of involuntary manslaughter in the July 13th death of Patrick Mudd. Mudd is the 48-year-old hockey coach, well known in the community. The two got into a fight over a parking space. It was actually July 12th it went down. Mudd would die the next day, on July 13th. The two got into a fight over the parking space. And in this fight, the 48-year-old hockey coach delivered a little bit of hockey love to McCullough to the degree that he looked like this after the fight. That's McCullough in the inset, Cody McCullough. Apparently, there was a lull in the fight, and the two moved somewhere else, and that's where the accusation from Mudd's girlfriend, the deceased girlfriend, is McCullough just walked up after the fight was over and wham, one punch, sucker punched the hockey coach and killed him. Mudd would die the next day. And the latest in this saga, this drama, McCullough claims he acted in self-defense. That would mean the fight was ongoing in some way, although eyewitnesses may say otherwise. McCullough is now set for a March 3rd jury trial in Sheridan District Court. On November 6th, McCullough had asked through his lawyer for a dismissal of the manslaughter case. The reason this is in the news cycle again is because the dismissal was denied. Judge will not dismiss Sheridan's man's sucker punch manslaughter case early. This will go to trial by jury on March 3rd. Thanks, Claire McFarland, for following up that story. The House advanced a bill giving political parties more say in filling vacancies. This is never a problem until it is. And it's never a problem unless it's a problem in your area. And it's come up in two different places. Sheridan County 2023, Park County recently came to a head. This is what happens when someone leaves a position for some reason, maybe they're going to run for another position, maybe they're just resigning. And how do you fill the rest of their term? Typically in Wyoming, well, whatever partisan party they were, if they were a Democrat, you just get the Democratic Party together and you say, all right, give me your next 3 best guys or gals. And then the choice would be made by either the board that they left or a judge. In this case, sometimes it was handed off to a county judge. And one of the 3 next best would be selected. But what happens if you can't make a choice out of those 3? What if you don't like any of those 3? What if you feel those 3 were chosen with an agenda? Sometimes that system doesn't work, I guess. So we got to go to the law. We got to go to lawmaking. House Appropriations Committee voted 6-1 to advance a bill Thursday that would give local and state political parties more power in filling political vacancies in Wyoming. House Appropriations Committee advanced House Bill 176. Currently, the decision to fill a seat is handed off to a judge. Sometimes the judge picks the wrong person or can't make a decision. Only Trey Sherwood, Democrat of Laramie, voted against. And again, this really doesn't come up as an issue until it is an issue, until there is a vacancy somewhere, and until that vacancy becomes controversial, as it has in Park County and Sheridan County in recent years. And as Jimmy Orr writes, here comes the sun. Yeah, it's February. And February is maybe not known as like the sunniest month ever, but is the month where we gain the most sunlight. Days are really going to increase. Daylight. Days are getting longer. I know people hate that term because they're like, well, a day is always the same. Days don't get longer. People who want to be a buzzkill. Days aren't longer. Days are always the same. Don't say days get longer. You know what I mean. Daylight. This cat is fascinated with something outside. I don't know what he sees. Yesterday, here's the scenario at my home studio. This is what kind of wildlife National Geographic place I live in, which is great. I love it. But yesterday, I had to play ringleader to an absolute wildlife circus. There was all kinds of rattling and banging going on outside on the porch, right? 15 feet from me. I can't quite see, but I see there's something going on the porch. I can hear it. Wham, something banging around. The cat wants to get out there and see what it is. And it's 6 in the morning. It was yesterday. It was dark. And I have a light. I have a motion sensor light. The motion sensor light's on, so something's moving around out there. I open the door, and I see these 2 idiot bandit Roscoe, what are they? Raccoons sitting there, the fattest raccoons you've ever seen. 2 of them sitting there in a pile of bird seed. They had gotten into it. The birds feed that I give to the chickadees, they've figured out how to open it. I had this in a gun case or ammo case, you know, an ammo box. I mean, the reason an ammo box is invented is because they're fairly impenetrable. And these 2 monkeys had opened it up and were feasting on the chickadee food. And they could barely move. They were so fat. And they'd spilled it out all over the floor. And that had attracted a mule deer and his buddy. So I got 2 mule deers, one of which has got hooves up on the porch. He is halfway up on the porch to eat the birdseed. The 2 raccoons are sitting there with a, what are you looking at? Look. When I open the door, and there's 2 deer, 2 raccoons, and a birdseed everywhere. And the cat saunters out right into the middle of it. And I just I think, oh boy, well, let them work it out. Shut the door, go back to doing the show. Somehow they worked it all out. The mule deer, the raccoons, the chickadees, and the cat. And now the cat is staring out there again right now like something else is going on. Well, there's more sunlight. You know what I mean. The days are getting longer. The days are getting longer. It won't be long. Who does that song? Thin Lizzy, right? Boys are back.
Them wild lads.
Yeah.
Guess who just got there? You was where you could be found.
I think it is. The days are getting longer. It won't be long. Days are getting longer. February, we gain the most sunlight in this month. Jimmy likens it to a NASCAR race. If sunlight were a NASCAR race, February is where the green flag is waved. That's when everybody revs off the red line. The amount of new sun is impressive. All of Wyoming will gain more than an hour by the beginning of the month. And remember, February, the shortest month. But by the end of February, we're going to enjoy more than an hour of sunlight than when we started. Meteorologist Don Day says it's all a function of latitude. It's all in your latitude. You got to improve your latitude if you want more sun. The biggest beneficiaries in the state of Wyoming look like you, Warland. You're going to be pretty, Grable. And Cody will experience the biggest increase of sunlight. You'll gain 1 hour and 19 minutes from beginning to end of month. Rock Springs, about an hour 12 from beginning to end. And then you include the spring forward, which is happening when? Next weekend? So by March 9th, we'll be looking at a whole lot more sunlight. For Cheyenne, for instance, you'll be looking at your first 7 p.m. sunset of the year. Oh, that's exciting to have days go a little longer. Daylight. Yes. Yeah, I'll be excited for that. I'm ready for that. Days to get a little bit longer, and we can thank February for it. Good news. Well, we got to wrap things up. On this Friday, we covered a lot of ground as usual. Teen bonfire party turns sour when a 16-year-old girlfriend intervenes in a fight between her boyfriend and 2 other men. UW says no problem when Trump bans transgender athletes in college sports. Okay, they're not drones, but low-flying helicopters trolling for subsurface materials using weird hula hoop thingies. Suspicious. That and a whole bunch more. Big thanks to Brenda Miller for being on the show today and Senator Mike Garreau. We appreciate it. Hey, have a great weekend. We'll see you Monday. Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.